12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Please make I calculate it, please now.
You want to calculate it?
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1, you are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay,
10.
tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning. Plus 1 is what?
10 plus 1. 10 plus 1.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is 1. I said that when we calculate it, let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what?
1 plus 1, 2.
1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what? 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please now.
You want to calculate it?
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1, you are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay,
10.
tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning. Plus 1 is what?
10 plus 1. 10 plus 1.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is... Uncle, I said that let me calculate it. Let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what?
1 plus 1, 2.
1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what? 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please now.
You want to calculate it?
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1, you are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay,
10.
tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning. Plus 1 is what?
10 plus 1. 10 plus 1.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is... Uncle, I said that let me calculate it. Let me know
the answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what? 1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what? 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please now.
You want to calculate it?
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1. You are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell.
Okay. 10 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please now.
You want to calculate it?
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1. You are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell.
Okay,
10.
tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11.
10 plus 1.
You are in plus 1 is what?
Yeah, this is the Nigerian situation, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the things that will jump at you you will see from this video is the fact that this is 2026 and our pupils are still using chalkboard, chalkboard, all right? And this is a video that we are starting from the internet, all right? It's not as though anybody will come and be accusing us that we are showing the face of this young lad, all right? This is a video that is already on the internet. And of course, if the purpose of this video is to showcase the rotten system in Nigeria, I think it's the face of this young lad would go down in history to be one of the images that highlights the terrible infrastructure in Nigeria. And of course, we don't want to kid ourselves and deceive ourselves on what is not actually real. All right, what is real is what we display on liberation charts. And obviously, with what you are looking at now, you can see that the wall of the classroom is not also. Look at the environment, and as someone who has some level of experience in education, one of the things that we were trained is that environment does matter. Learning environment. So in big 2026, our classrooms are still not, some of them are still not plastered or perhaps not even painted. All right, and you begin to see the system is rotten, the system is broken. All right, look at that classroom wall. All right, look at the classroom walls. Look at the fact that our pupils are still using chalkboard when their counterparts, their mates, are using smart boards. Not just marker board, but smart board. All right, and you begin to say this particular child cannot really, solve a simple arithmetic or mathematical problem, and she is indeed in primary 3. Primary 3 students. This is a primary 3 student. Well, this is one of the things we want to discuss today, and let's get down to it. Let's discuss it. It's important we get it ironed out, and of course we settle this matter, at least for today, that the educational system in Nigeria is rotten. And when something is rotten, it needs to be, thrown away, and something fresh have to be cooked. We have to cook a curriculum that has not been able to make a primary three students not know 11 10 plus 1, a curriculum that has deprived, or that does not give a primary three students the enablement to be able to solve 10 plus 1. That is what you are looking at on your screen now. And for the sake of new listeners, I'll play the sound bite once
Plus
again.
1 is what?
10 plus 1. 10 plus 1.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is. I said that let me calculate it. Let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what?
1 plus 1, 2.
1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what? 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please now.
You want to calculate it?
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1. You are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay,
10.
tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it.
11.
11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning.
When we talk about the rotten, system of education in Nigeria, it seems as though we are just trying to demarcate, or perhaps we are alarmists in Nigeria. They want to make us believe, all right? But well, yeah, you're right. Thank you so much for coming to the live basket of content. Thank you so much. And of course, you may be right that the man shouldn't be ash on him. He's a baby. But that alone also speaks to the volume of the level of training of our teachers. All right? And of course, that speaks to the confidence of that child. A child that is not confident, because at three at primary three, there's a level of confidence that you should have as a primary three student, and it is not mathematical problems as simple as 10 plus 1 shouldn't be able to scare you. You shouldn't be scared, or perhaps weary by such a simple mathematical equation. But well, there you have it.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is. Uncle, I said that let me calculate.
And of course, take a look at the environment. Thank you so much for coming, joining us, Comrade Neto. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're very well welcome. Thank you so much. And of course, if you look at the environment, that environment also says a lot. The environment, the classroom is not plastered, and in 2026, you still have children using. Can you see chalkboard? All right, when they are, this person, these pupil are mates all over the world. They are using smart board, not even marker board, but in Nigeria we are still using chalkboard, for crying out loud. And that is one of the things. Look at the floor. The flooring is not even there's not even as basic as tile or even a plastering of the floor. The flooring is still very much dusty, and environment really does matter. And these are things that gives you an hint into the level of education that goes on. This environment alone tells you all you need to know about the educational system in Nigeria. It tells you a lot. And I was saying it in one of our live
Plus
streams
one is what?
Ten
the other
plus
day.
one. 10 plus 1.
I was saying, I said I was posted in a school, all right, in Yaba, in Sabo Yaba, Lagos State, and their furniture is still it still looks like furniture of 1980s, 1970s. And tell me how students will be able to have the level of educational learning facilities that will facilitate learning in its actual sense. And you now begin to see whether or not it's actually an accusation that Nigeria is
You are in primary three. Oh.
system is
10
rotten.
plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is uncle. I said that let me calculate it. Let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what?
1 plus 1 2.
1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what? 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please, like.
You want to calculate it.
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1. You are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay, tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning.
Yeah, there you go. There you have it. And of course, when we say all of these things, it seems as though I'm trying to look for a perfect example. Yeah, I have already seen a perfect example of how an elementary school should look like. How an elementary school should look like. All right, it's very, very important. Otherwise, we are wasting our time. For us not to draw this comparison, all right, we'll be wasting our time. Let me see if it will come up. Oh wow. Okay. But we have a problem if a primary school of primary 3 cannot calculate 1 plus 10 or 10 plus 1. It speaks volumes about the educational system in Nigeria. And it means that we need to really do something about it. What do I think we need a national, and when people like Shore made mention of a national emergency declared on education, this is what it means. All right, a national emergency declaration on education. Look at that environment. And I think I will have to do this repeatedly. All right, the environment is nothing to write home about. All right, and it's important. Yeah, it will come. I have seen the video I'm looking for. Look at this um video. It will come up now, and compare with the one we have. Compare this, compare it with this. All right, all right. Look at this environment. Look at this learning environment. This is how a learning environment should look like. This is how and this is, look at, these are the age mates of that young lad that we just showed before. This is how, look at that learning environment, for crying out loud. Look at how confident a child of our age is. And this is the basket of content you can see. All right, this is how you build the confidence. of children of that age, such that when they are being asked a simple fundamental question such as this, they will not be fidgeting or even be afraid. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us on the Movement Radio. Thank you for the two people that are joining us live. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. Very, very important. Subscribe to all our YouTube channels. Like, comment. If you drop a comment, it's going to pop up on the studio here, and we're going to send you a shout out and read your comment, and of course, even discuss what your comment is all about. So this is a global, people's driven platform. We want to give the people the voice to really have their own platform away from the you know propaganda machines that call themselves media platforms that we have, especially in Nigeria. So we welcome everybody for joining the live, and of course we are very, very much open-minded, and of course we are discussing the Nigerian rotten educational system, and we are comparing. This is how a learning environment should look like. If you observe very well, look at the learning infrastructure or perhaps audio visuals surrounding the classroom. All right, the kid sees all of these things every day and is registered into the mind. It's registered into the subconscious. So whatever is being learned is assimilated. Now compare with this. You will see
10
that there's
plus 1.
huge difference.
You are in
There's just
primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what?
look at
10 plus
this.
1 is 2.
All right.
So what's 10 plus 1?
Look
10
at the
plus
learning environment. Look at the uniform. Look
10
at the
plus 1.
flooring. It
You are
is
in primary 3.
bear in mind.
10 plus 1 is what?
Bear in mind. This is a private school. Let me allow that to sink in. This is a private school. This is not a public school. Now, if a private school can be like this, imagine what our public school would look like. If a private school still uses chalkboard, still they still allow private schools to run without a very well equipped or a very conducive learning environment. That tells a lot about the what do you call it? The regulatory board that is in charge of maintaining, or perhaps if you are going to set up a private school in Nigeria, when the public school itself is terrible, why won't the private school also be terrible? All right. Oh, you're doubting me that this can be a private school. Okay, okay. I would bring up the other content in that same page that I saw. All right. It is indeed a private school. Besides, they call themselves a Montessori school. All right. It is regarded as a Montessori school. All right. It's a private school. I kid you not. I kid you not. And of course, if this is a private school, imagine what you know a public school would look like. And it's important that we highlight all of these things. Very, very important. I will show you the classmates of this particular girl. All right. That classmate will give you an hint, and of course, the environment will also give you an hint. So, but what are we talking about here? We're talking about the Nigerian rotten educational system, and it tells you a lot that if a private school does not have the kind of regulation that before you can start a school, you have to meet a certain level of criteria. You have to meet some certain level of standard. No be say you could just buy land, begin the build, or perhaps just say, okay, we will just be making it up as we go along. As we're having more kids, whatever revenue that is being made from the kid will be used, to actually build the facility. Okay, I'll pull it up now. All right. For you,
10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
I'll pull
10
it up.
plus 1 is.
But for news listeners that just joined us, African Wala,
I
please
said
let's
that when
replay
we
the sound
calculate
bites
it,
again.
let me know.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is. Uncle, I said that let me calculate it. Let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. Hmm? You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what?
1 plus 1, 2.
1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what?
And I kid you not, this is a private school. Basket of content. I'm not kidding.
12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please now.
You want to calculate it.
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate.
And bear in mind, the student, this kid is speaking pidgin English. Wait now, make I calculate them now.
So you don't know 10 plus 1. You are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay, tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning. Plus 1 is what?
Well, I will address what you said, the African Wala, about the adult shouting is a fool. Yeah, to a large extent, this is supposed to be the teacher, all right? And of course, that tells a lot, about the training of the teacher. Because ideally, all right, ideally, a teacher shouldn't scream at students. And of course, you have to also take a look at the confident level of that child. At primary 3, there's a certain level of confidence that you should have at 3, that simple arithmetic about 10 plus 1 shouldn't scare you that much. You usually have to think about it like 3 4 seconds is enough, based on what my training is as a teacher, because I also had some level of training as a teacher. I actually I attended Federal College of Education at Akoka. So I have some level of understanding of how learning works. So usually you are very correct. African Wala, it shouldn't be screaming. And of course, the confidence level, all right, of that child also is in question. And of course, it speaks to the experience and the training that has been given to this child also. So it's a multi-edged problem. So many things is going on wrong here. If you look at the learning environment also, the learning environment is terrible. You can see the grounding is not floored, there's no tiling, nothing. The walls is not plastered yet, and of course chalkboard is still being used. And I said it before, this is a recent video, this is not an ancient video. You can see them using chalkboard. All right, this is a private school, and I'm going to prove it to basket of content that this is a private school. And I'll play the video of the classmate of this particular child. All right, and you'll see, if you look at the name of that, you see something something Montessori school. All right, something something Montessori school. And if you see, as I said, the environment is quite underdeveloped, and of course, this is one of the reasons why I said something is wrong with everything around there, because the regulatory board that, and if you look at it closely, just zoom your camera and you see that it's a Montessori school. It's not a government school. Government schools don't use Montessori in Nigeria. All right. This is a private school, and of course, as someone that has worked in a private setting of this setting, I've been employed, and I served for at least 4 years in that school in Mowe Bafo. This is how they do it. Someone would just say, okay, well, I am in this community and there's no school there, all right, or the government school. People want to really take their child to a private school as an alternative, or perhaps there are no public school in the environment. So someone who has maybe a degree will just say, okay, let me just set up this business here, and we'll just be making it up as it goes along. Like, for instance, buys land, do the basics like this, like wall, bricks, roofing, and as time goes on, the proprietor or the proprietress will just be building along the way. As the revenue comes in, you'll be beefing the whole infrastructure up and up and up gradually. But well, should that be the case? Is that the ideal situation? And of course, you can tell with the level of children that, because, and if you have to look at the staffing of these schools also, these schools in most cases they employ secondary school, you know those that just finished secondary school. So at the time I was employed at that private school that I worked on, I just came out of secondary school fresh. I just had my WAEC. So these are the people that they employed. It's not as though they employed um, you know, trained teacher. And of course, some of us, me, you, I am naturally a teacher, and that is just an exception. And of course, even the fact that you are naturally a teacher is not still a criteria yet for you to be qualified to mold young minds like this, because you still need learning, a lot of learning of how you can transfer knowledge in the most efficient professional way possible. So this whole shout, don't shout on the, I think I can see the comments, don't shout on the child, it is because it's just pure training. Stop screaming at the boy, be patient. And of course, African Wild also expressed the reservation along the line of screaming. But this is how some of them know how to teach. If they knew better, they would have done better. And of course, it reflects, it shows. So many things are happening that is wrong in this whole situation. And this is just a sample size of the overall generality of the educational system in Nigeria. And trust me, and as I said before, this is a private school. Do not get it. This is a private school. And if you look at the sportswear, and usually it is private schools that usually use sportswear in Nigeria. Public schools don't usually use sportswear up until when they want to do inter-house sports. So only private school does this kind of setting. All right, this is a private school, and if a private school can look like this, look at the environment, look at the the flooring, the infrastructure. Generally, just look at the roof, everything. If the sun is shining, whatever heat that is coming from that ceiling goes straight into onto the head of the children. No form of ceiling whatsoever to even form as a thermal insulation from heat or anything. That is just, it tells you a lot. And of course, you if you interview the proprietor or the proprietress, they will tell you, well, they just have to keep managing and keep doing what they can and manage their resources. And they are just starting. They just have to come up with the barest minimum based on the resources available to them. But by and large, should we have that kind of situation in 2026? Should we be cornered to this kind of corner at this age and time in this era? All right, it should be an abomination that we are in this kind of situation in Nigeria right now. And of course, you're welcome, Comrade Shinwa. Thank you for coming once again. I salute you. Thank you so much. And of course, we are discussing today the Nigerian rotten educational system. That is what I came across that video, and I thought, well, I think we should highlight it. And of course, to all our speakers, that like yourself, Commissioner Ilara, please, if you come across any content or any if any topics drops on your mind that you'd love us to discuss, please feel free. Let's deal with it. I need suggestions at this point because we are going to be running this on a daily basis, and of course, we don't want to run out of steam and ideas on what we discuss. And compare this. Let's compare this particular environment. Let's compare it with this. All right, because it's important we draw comparison here. And of course, look at elementary school of that the same age brackets. All right, in another country, and look at the furnitures, look at the flooring, look at the surrounding of this classroom, educational audio visuals, the environment, the teachers. You can see these are just how many. This is an average of like 30 students. They have about 4 teaching staff. All right, about 4 compared to Nigeria where you have 1 teacher teaching about 5 different classrooms. So this is different parallel. That in fact these guys when they see that their mates are living in this kind of condition, they will think it is AI. All right. If they see that their mates are like this in some other countries, they would not believe it. All right. They will not believe it. So this is just what we want to discuss today. And of course, you want to highlight this and spell it out in detail from the system at the systemic level. How did we get here? That I think commission. Have I played the video? The our main
You are
video
in
for
primary three.
Plus 1. 10 plus 1.
You are in primary three. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is. Uncle, I said that let me calculate it. Let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what?
1 plus 1, 2.
1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what? 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12.
Uncle, please make I calculate, please now.
You want to calculate it?
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1. You are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay,
10.
tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning. In primary 3, 10 plus 1 is.
and of course that is just the whole that is the whole summary of the video. Just for new listeners, or perhaps if you are joining us, that should give you a context. And you welcome Comrade Godwin to this discussion. And of course, the adult that is talking, most likely the teacher talking here, he asked one fundamental question: what is wrong with you? But really, should that be the question that should be asked from the child, or we should ask what is wrong with us? What is wrong with our system? What is wrong? Because the child it himself is not a mistake that the child was find himself in Nigeria. All right, it's not a mistake. All right, but somehow the system has failed this child. The Nigerian rotten educational system has failed both the child and the teacher because everything revolves around systems. But well, let's dig into this, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have a long way to go with this conversation, and I believe Commission will have a lot to say. Let's pass the mic to Commission, one of our most senior speakers on our platform, always standing by our side to educate the Nigerian people. Let's pass the mic to you, Commission. Please take it away.
Evening from here, comrade Liberation Chat. May ancestor keep strengthening. May the universe, come together to do the miracle that produce trees with seeds, in things that is related and pertinent to you. That is not a prayer in itself. We are bringing into effect the energy of the universe, because that is what the universe is known for. When we partner with the universe by putting seed on the ground and watering it, it therefore germinates, it brings forth. So the work of labor that you are doing, the work of love that you are doing, may the universe, crown such effort. Ashe. So thank you again. We go again. We we start again. And, this topic is one that is quite important, very important, very dear to people who are serious about developing the space. And it is there because in the concept of John, the beauty of time, he says that Africa do not have the concept of what we call future in quote. That time in African context is divided into what we call the Zamani and Sasa, which is the outgoing past and the current present. So that if anyone wants to look for tomorrow, we'll look at where they are coming from, what they are doing with such data, and we'll look at where they are at now and what they are doing with present. The Zamani and the Sasa, John Mbiti, a Kenya philosopher, right? So, and if you look at this, we realize that we are seeing two generations, right? The past meeting the present, the Zaza, the Zamani, and the Sasa. And then we can predict. We don't need any soothsayer what will happen tomorrow. With that interaction, we can predict. And this is why some persons look at our ancestors and say they are prophets, that they simply were prophetic, that they were putting things into existence, describing things that would come to bear later, and describing it in what they called the past. And what we were simply just doing, what they were simply just doing was to take note of the past and the ongoing present. If anything, trick us into forgetting our past and into neglecting our current going present, that thing obviously has a plan in view for us. Depending on who, and I don't think that plan would mean well, right? But just before we go deeper into it, talking about topic bank, right? I think one of the things we can do is you can set up a Google Sheet account where people can, or form, where people can drop topics of interest there. We can even put the link out there where people can put the topics of their interest out there into it. If you want me to do it, we can arrange how that will be done, but you can do it also. Just a Google form where people can, maybe the topic they would like to discuss, why, and give an hint into that, and then we can have that, right? Just to be sure, can I still be ready? Hello, comrade.
Can you hear me? Am I audible? I think we lost connection for a while. Am I audible to you, Commission?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, is network just doing its thing? Please proceed with your submission. Thank you so much.
All right, but you got the idea of the topic bank, so that we can, people can, put the ideas or suggestions that they want, or topic of interest they want to propose, where they can send it to. It can be in a likely Google form format, but you get it at your own end as a data sheet spread, right? So it can just be two informations: the topic and why they want us to discuss this topic, right? Yeah, so that we can, tap into the resources that belongs to all, right? Because that is how, that's what the organization organizing will do for us, tapping into just more resources than singular resources. Yeah, so let's dive into the video I had. I have a disclaimer to make, because the guy that was teaching the child it was sounding like me. I was similar to hearing a voice tone similar to mine. So a disclaimer, that's not me. That was not me, right? So I have to make that disclaimer to say that was not me. Um, and like you have said, there is a systemic problem. Of course, it's a lot easier for us to just look at this video and think the teachers was impatient, the teacher was impatient. It's a lot easier to point to the environment, of course, the environment, obvious reasons. It's a lot to also tap into for educationists themselves to say, don't know how these children behave, they are mischievous. Sometimes, you have to act in a certain way to get some result from them. I want to say something, but let me leave that part because parents who are not helping in this matter, your child cultivates your behavior. As a parent, if you don't know this by now, I don't know what do we even learn parenting? Do people learn how to parent? If you can learn how to do a job that you will practice for 10 years, for 13 years, or 15 years, or 30 years, how should you not learn the job of parenting? How can we leave parenting into an action that is just coincidence? How? How do we not take parenting seriously? Do you even know that when you become a better person, you are doing it for the sake of the people who are coming from your offspring? Because personality trait is part of the things they pick. They pick your behavior. So you are wondering who taught him how to lie. Don't you lie? You are thinking who taught him how to be mischievous. Are you not mischievous? Are you not a deceptor? Haven't you heard that my people will say ọmọ tẹkùn bá bí ẹkùn ní òjò, ọmọ táyé bá bí náà ayọ̀ ní òjò? Meaning the process of a lion will be a lion. The offspring of a crocodile will be a crocodile. So maybe it's time for you to begin to desire more, or to develop yourself into becoming more like a cheetah before you think of having children. Because if you have children with this mind, just imagine the population we have in this country. Imagine them reprocreating. What do you think they are procreating? People who cannot even do fact checking of Googling. People who cannot submit themselves to anything informative for more than 10 minutes. People who think the last time they should read is when they were in school. People who don't even understand the scenario and situation they are in. People who are still behaving like beggars even in their adulthood. What do you think they would give birth to? Some parents needs to be flogged. Especially if you are an educationist know this.
You don't they carry us go where we don't know. We are going to talk about parenting. That is a topic, a whole topic on its own. All right. Let's focus today on education system.
We'll go there, because see, this is all encompassing, and it's not also the parents. And I'm going somewhere to say the system. This response to system. So the parents that develop a survival skill just for survival, wants to. So it is, the dimensions is very much, very broad, right? When we talk of education. But yeah, let's go back to education. That's why do we even need an educational system? Why should a nation have an educational system? Is it just to terrify children? Is it just for us to make life miserable for our children? To make learning difficult for ourselves? Have we thought about why nations should have educational system? and why education in itself should be taken important. Because nations should be interested in education, because a nation can be determined by the quality of the educational system. In fact, nations are built on this foundation. Nations are built on this foundation. Tell me a nation today that you think are making any meaningful impact or charting the course for progress, and I will show you a nation that has taken the educational system seriously. And tell me a nation today, as we have it, that is considered as a third world war nation or country, and I will tell you automatically that this is a nation that has not taken education seriously. So if nation would benefit from a system called education, the nation should take it as a priority to determine. So we look at, I'm just laying my own point of view. By the way, we do not plan this. The previous chat suggests the topic. Sometimes I just come and see the topic. So the talking point is that if nations should be interested, Finland is one of the nations doing well in education, and that progress that they are making in the education is not far-fetched from the progress they are making as a nation. Estonia, the same. China in modern time, we can see how China has transformed their nation. What do you think transformed it? You think it's commerce? Oh, okay, yes, it's commerce, it's production. But what do you think production is sitting on? Oh, you are going to move from consumption to production without education? Think again now. Think again. Well, maybe we still want to return back to the social world, the industrial world, where we have to become labor, just useless labor. But AI are there now, they replace those things. You are not going to move into serious level of production without taking your education seriously. And this explains what we are seeing. This explains that when that nation is planning, they know that the investment must go, and this is where I'm going. So what a nation will take seriously will be the curriculum. Because if the nation is now interested, one of the things that you will know that they are interested, that makes them interested in education, is the curriculum. What are they teaching? What are we teaching in the third world country? What are they teaching them in the developed country? That in primary 6 in Germany, a primary 6 student, an elementary student, is being trained already how to mine as miners, yet they have no known mining farm. But in places where we have things to mine, we are not even trained how to mine, even in our tertiary institutions. So what do we train? What is the curriculum? What is the pathway for the national progress we want to see in our curriculum? The curriculum cannot be passed when you don't take the teachers into cognizance of that, because the message is can be modified or tweaked by the messenger. You can say A, then the messenger goes to cell B, and then the student too misconcept everything, and nothing is done. You cannot pass the message well without taking the people involved seriously. And how do we take the teachers seriously? Giving them an enabling environment. Many people think that the reward, the only reward for effectiveness is more money in their salary. No. Imagine a teacher coming to resume in a class like this, the class that you are working. The same psychology. Imagine a child too coming, knowing that this is the class that he or she is resuming to. Imagine the psychology behind them having to be beaten to come to school and now wanting to come to school. You think a child who has experienced Orilowo primary school in Ojuelegba will not want to come to this school? You think the child that was being asked a question, look at the environment, you think you suddenly put that child in the environment that we saw earlier, and you think that child, something will not change about the motivation, the enthusiasm of that child to go to school? You think something will not change? Why do you think they say Nigerians, when they go abroad, they fly? You think it's because they read? They are motivated by environment. Your environment be like say you dey take vacation, learning environment. As if you are on a vacation. Your library is as if you are with the so-called Odedola. It's even better than some of the places they call what is it called? Those guys that sell clothing stuff. One room. It's even more cozy than such places. You think you will not die there? You think you will ask the Nigerian to go home, you will go home from such environment? You think the motivation will not triple? You will do it effortlessly. You create such environment, you motivate everybody involved. You motivate not just the student to come to school, to want to die in school. You motivate even the teachers to come to school. What makes Silicon Valley Silicon Valley? Because it's a place where people are told to go out, that they are told they want to leave. I was seeing why is it that everybody wants to play for Real Madrid? Every player wants to play for Real Madrid. I was seeing the documentary of the tour of Real Madrid facilities. Even if you are a staff, you don't want to leave that place. They say players hardly go home because of the facilities. Players hardly go home. And what do you think will generate when you build such facilities? You create bonding. Because if you could spend more time, it means that you are spending more time with your peers. Then if you could spend more time with your peers, then it means it's already contributing into what we call think tank. The quality of ideas that will be distributed, the qualities of conversations that will be had, the qualities of ideas that will be generated from the school system will be different from I never shop ideas that we have today. So the curriculum would affect, because the curriculum would have to, the message would have to look for an enabling, distribution company to deliver the message. So in this case, I'm not talking of logistics company now. I'm talking of the logistics that will be the teachers and the learners. Excuse me. Yeah, so the logistics, right? Then we'll talk about how that will translate to the investment. So people will no longer see education as a waste of money. Come say something.
Yeah, he did not
All
mute
right.
his mic, so
So
I have helped mute it. Yeah, please proceed.
all right. So an investment. We are living in an environment where our so-called audio billionaires don't even know where to put investment. The best investment they can do is to go and bring oti, drink, and come and sell it to us. They go and be betting. They go and bring nightclubs. Everywhere is saturated with nightclubs. That is the highest mode of investment. Ah, what a pity. Ó mà ṣe o. Money na water, money na water. Highest mode of investment, nightclub. Recreational centers is good, yes. Hospitality centers are good. But for a nation that is producing, not a nation that is not producing. After work, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. But that is Jack that is working. This Jack is jobless but still needs play. What kind of mispriority is that? What kind of mispriority is that? In a nation that will face high level of insecurity, high level of poverty, starvation in the land, malnourishment in the land, all forms of diseases, outbreak here and there. No, what we need is a different kind of investment. But the so-called petit bourgeois that we have, like Frank Fanon will call them in The Wretched of the Earth, the book titled The Wretched of the Earth, because these are the petit bourgeoisies, do not have any foresight and hindsight to know that there are investments more than beyond just oti azu. That people can actually do investment beyond building hotels. All of them want to kill us with hotel. Small money, hotel. Lolo, like Zazu will call it. Lolo. I mean, but yet we never have a house to stay, to sleep. These people are not even thinking of creating a housing unit in form of an hotel that could get paid daily. Let me share this idea. There is nobody in this country, provided they are working, that cannot afford, I mean the people on the street, I'm not sure of the people, that cannot afford to pay a housing price for 1,000 naira daily. How do you? Yes, there are majority of our people, but 1,000 naira daily. To live in a average house that you pay probably between 300 to 500,000 for yearly, it's within this price. It's within the range of 1,000 to 3,000 daily. If you do a daily fee, rent will be, but because we are not hoping to solve any problem. You see, these guys are not interested in solving any problem. Their idea of what they call investment is actually exploitation, like the motivators are doing. Luxury in the midst of misery. No, investment, education is an investment. The most profitable place to invest is in human lives. Any country, any nation that wants to change the course of their lives and history understand this. It is only those who prioritize stealing the commonwealth of the people into their pocket that does not understand that only idiots who prioritize sending their children abroad with state money prioritize this, and they are not even ashamed to show us that I have failed though as a government official, as a public official, to deliver quality education, as simple as quality education, something that will benefit all of you. Something that you will be a partaker of. The proceeds on investment on human lives is beyond your widest imagination. Widest imagination. But these people do not prioritize it. But a nation that is serious like this, that do not want to be at the backside of things, understand that they are not doing, it's not goodwill. This is not goodwill. You need to understand that a nation that is serious, understand that they are not doing anybody a favor other than themselves. They will prioritize education because they know that the proceeds is conglomerate in return. The proceed is beyond just one, it's like a tree or a seed. The proceed of a seed, is it just a fruit? Beyond the fruit, beyond the tree. And if the care is not taken, it could get into forestation, into forest, become a forest. So we don't know, and the proofs are there. If you take Facebook, X, and Apple, these three organizations, and Microsoft, employs more persons than any nation in the world. Employs more people than any nation in the world. Singular nation is also proof that one singular wealth of Microsoft is more than about 14 countries' GDP in Africa. But that's not even the capitalist idea we want to exhibit, because we want to do with service. Imagine the report of the Cuba, that the Cuba has a ratio, the best ratio to health, in the health sector, to doctor. I think they have about between 10 to 200 person to a doctor. They have the best, because they have invested the resources in their people, and as such, it has brought about proceeds in the return of their health. Before we finish I will look for the fact and the figure of the number accurately, but you can Google it also. They have the best patient to a doctor ratio in the world. Cuba, it is not far-fetched if they live longer than Nigerians. What is the ratio of Nigeria? Don't even bother asking me. It's about 1 to 4,000 or 10,000 persons. You don't even need to be told. Just enter any health sector, enter any health institution in this country, and see the crowd to a doctor. They will tell you sometimes that doctor is not even on seat, it's not available. A country, a nation that has turned education as an investment, because it's an investment. You want to live life now, you want to live long. Why should you not invest in something that contributed to living long for you? You want education, you want your children to be educated, you want your society to be developed. Why should you not put your investment into things that can play a major part in that? You want people to be reasonable. Why can't you want to drive on the road and not bother about whether the other person will drive recklessly? Why can't you put, that's the process, is the peace of mind to drive on the road and not bother about whether there is another mad person on the road like you. that person is more than a 1 billion naira. The person is is way beyond the ceiling. But only countries who are serious or that are serious will take it as an investment. And the people there will not be just shouting money na water, and be creating club kere. No. And be creating hotels. No. They will be putting investment, direct investment into education. Then what would that investment bring? I have said it, which we will discuss. These are the point of conversation as we go on. It will bring about development. Do we desire development? Nigerians talk about development. We desire better leaders. We have produced the motherfuckers that we have right now, right? Pardon my French, but I'm not. I'll say it again. We have produced the MFX that we have produced now. We don't like it. One came the other time. He said it does not have it does not have shoe. Nigerians doing what they do most, became emotional and voted for him in mass. Did he not tell all of us to shoeless? We thought he was going to give the people who do not have shoe. He told all of us that had shoe to shoeless. So it's right time to take responsibility. When do we take responsibility for the people we produce, for the kind of misrulers that we produce? Because Obasanjo, you cannot tell me, was a product of an educational system. T-Pain is a product of an educational system. When you don't pay attention to your educational system, you produce such misrulers. And are we happy to have those people? No. We are not happy to have those people. Because it is those people now that are forcing millions of us out of this country. Those few people, you can say I've mentioned their names, but the numbers of us that they have drove out of this country drove out of this country by the inactions and actions, direct actions, is massive. You see, we didn't pay attention to the investment of education, and we are paying dearly with lack of development. And lack of development ultimately would bring and birth isolation. And that's where we are at. And that's what we must fix. Make us stop there for now. Back to you, Ibrahim.
Thank you so very much, Comrade Shion Ayilara, for that very in-depth expose into the realities of our educational system in Nigeria. It's such a very sad reality that it's worthy for us to comment on. If you look at what you're looking at the screen, taking a look at the the infrastructure, the learning environment, and of course you will now begin to see why we are where we are. And of course, if we are like this in 2026, imagine the level, the state of education 5 years, 10 years ago. And of course, well, many people would argue that it has deteriorated. Let's take a brief time out, and let's look at this particular video from a Nigerian that will give us another hint to whether or not we are making this enough. This video was uploaded 2025, last year, and this was you know Abia State. Abia State. This Nigerian says he wants to show Nigerians his childhood primary school in Aba, Abia State, a state that has produced, that has had so many governors before now, have produced so many politicians, and so many resources have been pumped into education. They have budgeted billions upon billions upon billions of naira, all right, on their educational system. They have commissioners of education come and gone, and this video was shot last year. Let's take a listen to what this
I attended.
young man
Now
has
here I
to
learned
say.
how to.
Let's take a listen.
Today, I'll be showing you guys one of the primary schools I attended. Now here I learned how to read and write, and this is a honorable primary school. If you know Opo Junction, you should know here. Camera, follow me. You see for here, camera turn. You see for here. Now here you go kneel down. If you focus for class, now here you go kneel down. We say your teacher will come wipe you, or they call your junior student, they will come wipe you. Now, this was my class. This is my class. You see, camera turn around, make you see the environment. See how massive the environment is. You see, okay? You see, not be all these Gen Z students now will be saying, they know they flog me at home, they know they flog me at home, this one. That time your mama or papa will carry a leg, waka come school, come take teacher, say, let's say this one know they hear what. Let's say now they flog for this school, though. We could wipe am. I want make you learn how to read and write. If you know you attended a honorable primary school, share your experience in the comment section, or the things you have seen, maybe have changed, the new experience or whatever in the comment section. Don't forget to like, comment, and follow you guys. One of the primary.
Can you take? I don't know whether or not my viewers are seeing what I'm saying. And this is a young man of close to, in my own estimation, in his late 20s, and he's basically coming to show us is the primary school that he attended. That is around, say, close to 20 years ago. All right. He is showing us the primary school he attended close to like 20 years ago, let's say 15 years ago. And the primary school has remained the same in 15 years. He's basically pointing to where his class was when he was a student in that school about 15, 18 years ago. This is very, very profound, because see, this is why we are having this conversation, because many people would think that we are joking here, or perhaps we just want to push out content. We are very being deliberate. All right, we are deliberate of what we push out. Talking about the Nigerian rotten educational system, it's about to go down, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a lot of expose in today's broadcast, and thank you so much for joining our broadcast today. And of course, please remember to subscribe if you have not subscribed to the Movement Radio on YouTube. If you have not subscribed to Civic Space on YouTube, if you have not subscribed to Civic Space NG, or perhaps follow us on Facebook. We are also on X, on Liberation Chats and Movement Radio. If you have not done that, do that now. And of course, if you have something in your mind as we are playing all of this sound bite and video footage, drop it in the comment section. Do not forget to like, and of course, share. Let this content go far and wide, because it's important for us to know our realities. They want to make us remain unaware or perhaps ignorant of these realities. This is Southeast that they are saying they have the highest level of billionaires in Nigeria, according to them. All right, and the primary schools are still like this, and this set of billionaires, they have not deemed it fit as a matter of priority to basically pressure the political class to basically do the needful. Look at the background. At the background of this young man's video, you can see iron sheet roof that is rusty iron roof building, a bungalow building. That is most likely the security outfit of that place. All right. I can't pick your call now. All right, that's most likely the security. That is the gate of that particular school, most likely. And of course, pay attention very well as it shows us around his primary
Here
school.
I learned how to read and write, and this is a honorable primary school. If you know Opo Junction, you should know here. Camera, follow me. You see for here, camera turn. You see for here. Now here you go kneel down. If you focus for class, now here you go kneel down. We say your teacher will come wipe you, or they call your junior student, they will come wipe you. Now, this was my class. This is my class. You see, camera turn around, make you see the environment. See how massive the environment is. You see, okay? You see, not be all these Gen Z students now will be saying they don't flog me at home, they don't flog me at home, this one, this one, this one. That time your mama or papa will carry a leg, waka come school, come take teacher, say, let's say this one know they hear what. Every lesson now they flog for this school. We could have wipe am. We could have wipe am. I want make you learn how to read and write. If you know you attended a Honorable Primary School, share your experience in the comment section or the things you have seen, maybe have changed, the new experience or whatever in the comment section. Don't forget to like, comment, and follow. See you guys in my next video. Bye, bye, bye. You see for here, camera turn. See, you see for here. Now here you go kneel down. If you focus for class, now here you go kneel down. We say your teacher. You see for here, camera turn. See, you see for here. Now here you go kneel down. If you focus for class.
He said, "Now there that they'll kneel down to be abused by the system." All right, talks about a tradition, a legacy, and of course, I can see a comment, African Wahala. Okay, people taking pride in being abused. Yes, they take pride in that. Is a culture, is a tradition, is a tradition of abuse, and of course, babe. Well, this young man is also having some level of nostalgia of the way he was treated while growing up. Right, it is normalized, and he was even saying it's not in a trauma. He's not even showcasing any form of trauma when he was sharing that traumatic experience. It was basically saying it as a matter of pride. So most likely, he's also, if he's given the chance to be in the place of being a teacher, one way or the other, he would see it as normal thing. All right. Um, yeah, Comrade Godwin, please, I apologize. I think you have came into the studio about 2 times now. Please, thank you so much. Let's pass the mic to Comrade Godwin Saint. As we move ahead in this, there's a lot to discuss about, and of course, you know me. Now, give me evangelist work, evangelist work. So, and I can talk and talk forever, really. So, but let's pass the mic and let's get the conversation going. But really, this calls for concern. How a primary school has remained the same for the past 15 years at least, and a young man coming back to share with Nigerians how unchanged, and the nostalgia behind some of the treatment that was melted down to them. This is looking like or sounding like a concentration camp scenario. All right, but he thinks it's a thing of pride that he should, so that everybody can relate with what, and of course, he's saying it because everybody can relate with it. I can relate with what he's saying, but that is pretty much how they operate too in my own primary school. And this is like a distance of, this is Southwest. He's talking about this thing from Southeast. So it's a tradition. And of course, it speaks to the culture of abusing children. Sometimes I wake up when I was in primary school and I have no mood. I would just be crying. And my mom will ask me, "Why are you crying?" I said, "Well, I'm going to suffer again." Because I know that there's no way you're going to escape beating. There's no way. Even if you are the most peaceful, loving child in the block, all it takes is just majority of your classmates making noise, and the teacher walks in and beats everybody mercilessly. And of course, that has been the ordeal of the Nigerian pupils in school. And they now begin to ask, why are they traumatized? Of course, they are traumatized and they have normalized trauma. Let's pass the mic to you, Comrade Godwin Saint. It's nice having you today. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, good evening, Liberation Chant. As you can see, I'm outside. So I just I quickly came out to get something, but that shouldn't stop me from dropping my little concern regarding the current epileptic situation of our country this time around, because we can't just keep being silent. Because, and the worst of all, the thing is that majority of Nigerians these days just take pride in being um in being abused, or in being dehumanized, or their past experiences of how they are being abused and how they are being dehumanized. So you can see the mental programming, the wrong programming that um majority of Nigerians are being instilled with it. It's so disheartening. The wrong programming, miseducation, misinformation have really damaged the way manners of how we are currently in our society. And if you can see, the moral decadence in Nigeria currently is just, it's something that I cannot even fathom. Where we have now choosing the right to become wrong, wrong to become right. They have now using mediocrity to replace merit, excellence to replace stupidity. So it's just it's a generational moral decadence. The structure is not going forward anymore. The chips, all the chips are down in Nigeria. Like it's a serious problem. And if we continue with this kind of attitude, with this kind of mentality, where are we even heading to? The politicians are no weak, as in they are nothing to write home about. Everything is just everything is just chaotic. In fact, we are just in a confused situation that our silence will continue fueling this injustice that we are seeing. All because, as you can see, only in Nigeria now you see that speaking out, only in Nigeria now you will hear that speaking out and saying the right thing, just for you not to justify wrongs has now become a crime in a society that is saying that we are practicing democracy. When you speak out against some set of people, they will feel aggrieved. They will feel embarrassed because they are not doing the right thing. Only in Nigeria that you will see set of political misrulers. They are doing all sort of evil against humanity. But just come out and speak out against their poor misruling. You will see them taking actions against those who are speaking up against their maladministration. So you can all see that whatever we are all saying today is that it's a moral decadence. We have a generational moral decadence that all the chips are down totally, and we being silent, we never bring the solution that we really deserve. And I always tell people, don't think that prayers and fasting is going to fix the chaos that the misrulers have given to us. It's not going to fix it. It is effort and focus, determination. And the misrulers in power are not ready to put in the effort. They are not ready to put in the focus, and they are not even determined to bring the real change. Is it not in this country, 2014, 2015, that APC came with a slogan of change? Change. Even Redeem, they had a program then in Redeem. The program was Atmosphere for Change. They even had the program then in supporting APC that brought us to where we are today. But the greatest mistake that Nigerians made in 2014, 2015 presidential election is that we refused. So many Nigerians refused to ask this APC what kind of change are they bringing to the table. What kind of change? We have negative change, we have positive change, but the change that they said they promised we, the citizens, that they are bringing to us is not what we are seeing today. And it's evidently affecting every one of us as a citizen. I told you yesterday that in my community there has not been light. Today now making a week, that's when they finally brought the lights. Imagine these things doesn't happen in a sane society. How can you take out light for a full whole week? How will entrepreneur even thrive? How will entrepreneurship thrive? How will small scale, scale enterprise even thrive? How will businesses? How will these artisans, welders, different kind of artisans, how will they even function without the constant supply of electricity? Any government that is really ready to fix the problem of Nigeria must first of all find a means and a way to fix the electricity problem in Nigeria, because you can't thrive. Nobody thrive in darkness. You can't succeed in darkness. You can't succeed in darkness. Any nation that is really serious about a change will first of all fix his or her electricity problem. And if you look at it, there is no nation that is functioning in this earth today that is without electricity. We can all fact check this fact ourselves. It's not, we don't come here to come and spread propaganda or just come and speak because we for speaking sake. There is no nation that is currently thriving without electricity. If we must strive as a nation, our electricity must be first top notch. And that is why you see everything, we are all in a chaotic situation right now. Even the politicians, they are not even ready to fix anything. What these guys are just ready is just how to win the next election. They are not planning on how to fix the root cause of insecurity in Nigeria. If you really want to end insecurity in Nigeria, the first thing to do, fix the light, fix the road. Insecurity will be a thing of the past. It's not, these things are not rocket science. Leadership is not rocket science. You don't have to go to school to go and study leadership. It comes with you. Those who are claiming to be leaders today, they don't have the real qualities of leadership. And that is why you see they are all failures. They will say they are senator. What are they senating? If you are a senator and your people are in active penury, total chaos. So what will you not call, and what is your antecedent? What is your what are your improvements? No human capital development, no human improvement. As a senator in your constituency, what is the reason why you are even called a senator or a governor or a president? So you can all see that these guys that are occupying all the seats of power in Nigeria, they are all failures. Forget the English that they are speaking. These guys have nothing upstairs. Coupled with the yeye British we have in Nigeria, remove the fame and the wealth that these yeye British have in Nigeria, you will see that they have nothing to offer as a human being, because they have not even really developed that human capacity in engaging people, in making sure they put change in the lives of people, to change the lives of the people who are doing the bandwagonship of followership along with them. Just remove fame and the wealth that these guys have as yeye British. You will see that they have nothing to offer as human beings. So I am so surprised that so many Nigerians are still looking up to these people as role model. For what? I cannot. I don't follow crowd, so I don't really know what is their own prerequisite of being a celebrity, that you cannot even develop the place your own home. You cannot add value to the lives of the people. You understand? When insecurity is ravaging the nation, you will see these yeye British, they will all be silent. They don't join the movement of the people. They are not even siding with the oppressed citizens. So what is it that is different in your life that now classify you as a celebrity? You are a celebrity now for your pockets. You are not a celebrity to even come and change the lives of the people. We are all in a chaotic situation right now. We are all witnessing chaos up and down. How many Nigerian Yeye British have came out in solidarity with the people? Then so many gullible Nigerians are still foolishly following these Yeye British as role model, calling them as role model. You understand? Like seriously, people, someone now came out that said that he is better than Fela, even Fela that is still dead. In million years time, all Yeye British put together, they not reach Fela finger, because this man fought with tyrants, he fought with tigers, lions, leopard, hyenas, he fought with military dictators. How many Yeye British today don't even fit up to common councillor? And yet people will come outside that I'm better than your papa, I better pass your papa. So like seriously, it's when I see many situations in our country today, it pains me a lot that so many Nigerians just bully themselves for these people, just being they are dehumanizing themselves for this people. It's time to stop being used. It's time to stop following people that adds no value to your life, like stupid bandits. People go to church on a daily basis, go to church on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, but yet the poopy bandits there that are telling them lies cannot even speak cannot speak truth to power, cannot tell cannot even join the people, the oppressed masses to kick against the misrulers in the nation. But yet they keep on listening to all their fake gospel. They keep on listening to them. Some people will call themselves Daddy Gio. What are you Daddy Gioing? A man of God that is moving with security, but yet you give your members anointing oil and holy water as their own guidance, but you are moving around with armed security and bulletproof car. The bulletproof car these pulpit bandits are moving with are not fixed, are not created through fasting and prayers. These cars were created with effort, determination, and focus. There is nowhere I've seen that fasting and prayer have created a bulletproof car, but yet the foolish Nigerians that are still taking the stupid Daddy Geos as their role models still follow these idiots in power that call themselves Daddy Geo. Still following them. You are following a man of God that is moving around with a vehicle that is armed with armed security, but he will give you holy water and stickers as your own guidance, but yet you cannot even afford a square. See, like seriously, we need mental. Majority of Nigeria needs mental evaluation for them to think right. Majority of Nigeria have removed their brain and kept it somewhere. You understand? You have your brain. Don't let someone think for you. Think that is your brain. Our brain was given to us to think, to evaluate things, not to store things, not be to the cram things put. No, that brain was given to you to think, to know what is wrong and right, to know light and darkness, to know what is truth and what is false. Don't let someone to come and tell you that this thing is light, this thing is darkness. That is why God gave us our brain. But so many Nigerians don't make use of their brain. Now waiting there that the GO tell them and then believe. But you don't, what you are seeing, you cannot believe it. What you are seeing with your eyes, you cannot believe it. What their political slave master told them, that is what they believe, that the GOs, they are Yeye British. So if you see, we have so many distractions in Nigeria, in the Yeye British, the political bandwagons, the pulpit bandits. So if you look at this set of people that I've called, they are all in the same table. They want to dine together. They don't speak up when things are bad. It is we, the oppressed people, that are feeling the ripple effect of their stupid misruling. So why will I not go and be following a Yeye British that have no value to my life? For what? Why? So Nigerians, we just have to think and use our brain. Enough is enough. Election will still come now. This stupid politician will still come and lie the same that they have lied 10, 20 10, 15 years ago, and they will still come and lie to these same people who have been suffering for the past 3 years. They will forget all their suffering. They will still give them money. They will still vote away their future. How will someone be giving you money and you will expect that he will come and give you the dividends of democracy after you have sold away your future, after you have sold away your rights? So if we truly really want to fix this nation today and say, imagine 80% of Nigeria will say enough is enough. We don't need any of your fucking election anymore. These guys get lost. We can achieve it, but where is the unity that will bring that to pass? Religion have divided some of us that are supposed to be here with us. They are being distracted through religion, that it is fasting and prayers that will fix their problem. Those who have marital problem, they believe that it's fasting and prayer, but you have not fixed your characters. You have not fixed the way you talk to people, but yet you go to church on a daily basis and looking for a husband, but you don't respect people. People are there looking at your characters and the way you talk to people. Then you will not come and listen to one stupid man of God that will tell you that it is your one grandmother in the village that is worrying you, but you have not been able to fix your character. Your nonchalant attitude. That is why you see so many Christians today, they will not marry. It's not because they have not been able to fix their character, but yet they go on church on a weekly basis, fast and pray, but you have not been able to fix your character. Like seriously, man, we have so many distractions in Nigeria. There is what we call political distraction, religious distraction, celebrity distraction, and the football distraction. There are still football fans. Then many people today, they will see like maybe Kano Pillars will be playing today. They will not even watch it, but make Arsenal and Barca they play, you will see them. It was before all this Champions League, all this I carry and put for it, but there was you see for the past 3 years, I've dropped those things. I don't have time for those European nonsense anymore. I don't have time. But the time I have now is just for this movement. I don't really have any time again. I don't have time for nonsense. You cannot see me in one stupid show now. They will say that the whole show. Which show? The only show I will go now, maybe anything that is related to Fela and Nicola Kuti. Those people that have fought, those people who have really stood with the oppressed people. That is where I will channel my energy to. I cannot sit down these days now to go and be watching football match that will add no value to my life. So many distractions. When you will see so many Nigerians with when the past African Nations Cup now, look at how Nigerians were united. But when it comes to a lot in politics, let's fix the problem. Disunity will come in. So we can all see that even we are not the problem of ourselves. It is just these misrulers that have dropped those ethnic and tribal cards to keep us disunited. The day majority of us realize that it is we the power, we the people, we are the people, we are the power. The power of the majority is far greater than the few greedy elites in power. Until we realize that we are the power, we are the powerful force that is hindering our progress. That is the day our liberation we kickstart. Let me drop the mic. Let me use the mic for now.
Thank you so very much indeed, Comrade Aldwin Saints. Thank you so much. And of course, from the listeners, we can get feedback as far as your comment is concerned. You were absolutely on fire today. And of course, you've spoken, the minds of an average Nigerian, how terrible the system has begun, has become. And of course, how the thing has become deteriorated. It's a gradual downward deterioration. That is, as every day goes by, things deteriorate at every day. As everybody in the world, all other countries in the whole world, they are having a forward, movement. It seems as though evidence points to the fact that we are having a downward movement. And of course, talking about our educational rotten system, it's very, very clear with all of the feedback that we are getting from the ground, from the the authenticity. This is not AI video. A grown-up man who is coming back to visit his former primary school. All right, and look at it. No level of development. Would you tell me if anybody in their sane mind can make any excuse for the political hegemony in this particular state called Abia State? All right, the Ekpeazu of this world, that was their former governor. I believe Ojus Okalu was also their former governor, if I'm not mistaken. And this same Ojus Okalu, all right, had been indicted of embezzlement of billions of naira. The Nigerian political class literally went to pull him out of prison, and they now have to now use legal technicality. All right, that well, there's a technicality in his ruling, and of course, that is the reason why he's basically free from the hook. So, what are we talking about? We are talking about good governance here. We are talking about the ability for us to basically progress as a people. And today, we are grilling the educational sector. Educational sector is what we want to take a look at today. There are other sectors that is pointing to failure, but education is what we want to look at today, and we want to grill and bring it to the notice of everybody that well, this is an abnormal situation. While others are progressing, we are retrogressing. Right? While others are progressing, we are retrogressing. Compare this primary school with this. All right? Compare it with this and look at how much have been spent over the years and without any consequences. No consequences attached. And does it even take rocket science to create this kind of classroom situation? Primary school, elementary school situation? Do you have to have $1 trillion, or you have to it takes it's that difficult to create this kind of learning environment? But here you are, after 15 years, this grown up man is back to his primary school, and it has remained absolutely the same, or in even worse shape. All right, you can see the playing ground, you know, is like is like something straight out of 1960s, 1970s. This is not how a normal playing ground should look like in 2026. All right, this is not how it should look like. It's far from it. There should be basketball courts. There should be a proper mini pitch that can be used to play ball. There should be a table tennis. There should be varieties in this. Just a small piece of land that is showing us there should be indeed varieties. Varieties. Is there? I think I can say a private message. Yeah, thank you so much. So there should be varieties, and that we should be able to see it literally, that this is indeed variety, and students and kids, and of course it should be back with excitement. All right, whenever we want to go back to our primary school, if I were to go back to my primary school, I can bet that it's most likely the same way I left it 20 years ago. I can bet that. And of course, I challenge all my listeners and our audience to also
Even
do
be
the same.
worse. It will even be worse than what you
Yeah,
left it then.
yeah. And these are well budgeted, infrastructure. Look at how much the Lagos state government, or let's even look at the Abia state government, how much they have budgeted for education within the last 10 years. Where did the money go to? And that will tell you how that would explain to you, all right, the kind of political elites we have in Nigeria. Their own life has gotten better. Whenever they want to build anything, maybe their personal houses or perhaps their own personal infrastructure, they do it to the best. Some of them in their houses, they even brag that none of the materials in my house is locally made. It's all imported. Imported. But look at how if it has to do with the people, these are enemies of the people. Let's face it, they are, and it tells a lot that by and large, Nigerians have been voting into power their enemies. Nigerians have been bringing into power their enemies. There's no other way you can sugarcoat it that it will really bring it home. Dear Nigerians, you have been voting in your enemies, and these ones are so ruthless. They are not just enemies, they are ruthless enemies. They see, in fact, when some of them even do the barest minimum that can be even be seen as some level of standard, they take pictures and they make it feel as though they are doing people a favor. They are making, and Commission said something quite profound in his last submission, that these guys believe, indeed, they are very, very much convinced that whenever they do anything that is actually within the confines of their mandate, they believe they are doing you a favor and you should be grateful to them. You should grovel and marvel and worship them. You have to worship the feet that they walk on, that ground that they are marching. You have to be grateful to share the same space with them, that you see it as a privilege. But look at this environment now, and they have put this infrastructure in place. You see these societies do this. You think that they are our own politician. They want us to believe that is a favor that they are doing to the people. But the reverse is the case here. All right. Well, we don't have patriots as politicians. We know what we have are political scavengers. These are scavengers. These are parasite, bed bug politicians. What they know how to do is to steal from the people's resources and empower themselves, enrich themselves and their families and their chains. Those are the ones that we have had so far. We have not had genuine, real, organic, politician, patriotic, people-driven politician. We have not had it. The slightest that we have had is in maybe perhaps in the First Republic, when we were still using a regional government system of things. But these ones that are here, these current criminals, are not politicians. All right? And evidence point to it. All right? These are the people that have turned, our children. They have disenfranchised them. They have cheated them. Look at this young girl now. All right, we have to feature him on our. We have to feature her. I believe she's a female on our live stream to paint a picture of a rotten system. All right, a rotten system that has broken down completely. The environment is nothing to write home about. You can compare it with the previous video that we just played for you in a serious society. And of course, it's a systemic problem. By and large, the system has failed. The system that should ensure that educational environment is up to standard before they issue licenses to private schools, it has broken down, or perhaps doesn't work or doesn't function. Right? And you have a society where the educational entrepreneurs do not have the sense of doing stuff to a standard before they set up, their schools. They don't have that fear. That way they believe that, well, even the highest that can happen is whenever any of these agencies come to inspect, they'll just take them to one corner and hand them a brown envelope, and they'll be left off the hook. I have been in the system before. I have worked in this kind of private school before, where they believe they don't have to set things up to standard before they can start running. They just build the barest minimum and basically milk the people from there. In fact, some of them will leave their school in this manner, all right? And they'll be using the proceeds of the school to do some other projects. For instance, I'll give you an example. The proprietors of the school that I worked for, left our school in this kind of condition, and she was buying properties in that same she bought two lands, leaving this school, this in this shape, and giving us peanuts at the time. I'm talking about 2013, 2013, 2012, thereabout. All right, she was paying us 11,000, 12,000. At the point, she increased it by 2,000 naira, and the highest I was collecting before I left was 14,000. Right. So the only augment that we have was, we call it private lessons. Private lessons were the ones that really boosted our salary, shot it up to like 18,000 thereabout by private lessons. But the salary is not. And our madam was buying car. She was buying everything. She was making a lot of money. All right. And of course, the environment of our school was like this: the barest minimum. The ground was not tiled. All right. The walls still not plastered or painted. We're using chalkboard, and it pains me so much that, well, fast forward to 2025. There are still schools, private schools, that use, if private schools, and I said it before, I used to say it in our, what is it called, spaces. It seems as though I am exaggerating. It's not exaggeration. Our schooling system, they are still stuck in the 1960 era, the Albert Einstein era of using chalkboard. That is where we still do. You still have just a pocket of, the highest that you can have is marker board, and that marker board is still very much ancient. Bear in mind of the standard of education that is obtainable now in the world of AI, when you can actually, there are smart boards that you can buy and use. And of course, the reason why they can't buy it, because, well, they believe, well, they cannot keep it running, because it is electricity that you use to power the smart boards. But when the school is already even like this, and even purchasing power also matters. Eh, I believe the average cost of a smart board is within the realms of 3 million and above. So I can imagine you have to factor in about 10 classrooms, or set thereabouts. That's about 30 million. All right. That is an investment that is too expensive to make for many of our schools, even for the so-called big schools. So they stay with the barest minimum marker board, and, well, they keep milking, and some of them make that much in a year. Some of these private schools. And of course, apart from private schools, how about public schools? Are they even model schools that, well, these are the models, and they should be, in terms of modern facility, they should be, up there. They should be up to date. They should be, ahead of others, basically. But you have our model schools also using chalkboard, and of course the classroom, the teacher-student ratio, the classroom environment, the curriculum, everything is messed up. Everything is rotten. And of course, it actually breaks my heart that we will produce half-baked, half-educated kids that cannot really compete or stand toe to toe with their counterpart globally, even in our neighboring African nations, because the quality has really, really dropped. Quality has tanked. All right. And of course, that is why we are here. Right. And I'll have to push a question to you directly, Commission. What do you think can be done? All right. In the midst of this quagmire that we find ourselves, what is indeed the solution to this systemic rot? Everything has tanked, both, and of course, from the government policy level, budget level, corruption, many things. How do we wriggle our way out of this hellhole, this rotten system? What should our people do going forward? What should be our action plans, our strategic action plans going forward? Commissioner Ilara, pass the mic to you.
All right, all right. Thank you again, Liberation Shots. Comrade Godwin, I
Ahmed Ayilara, are
see
you there?
interesting. Comrade, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you are audible, but the thing we are our network today is not that good. But let's just keep it rolling.
But is it clear now? Can I be heard?
Yeah. You have been heard. I don't know if you can hear me too.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I just want to be sure. All
Yeah,
right.
please
So
proceed.
yeah. So I was just saying that thanks to Comrade Godwin for that submission. Um, what can be done? What can be done will be discussed, right? In fact, from discussing the problem, we should begin to know and begin to pick what can be done. Uh, you know, individually, there's a part to play, and collectively, that's a part to play. But when we say a system is systemic, it means that we should now prioritize more of system, more of our collective actions than individual actions. So that's why I'm not just going to be giving the solution based on individual level or emphasizing on that. But there are parts solidify some of the points I made the other time, and to solidify the point that Comrade Godwin also had made in his earlier submission. Just to be sure, can I be heard? Because it's showing that your
Yeah,
network is
yes,
struggling.
yes, yes. You are. Can you hear me too?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, please
Can you hear
proceed.
me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. You are coming out clear.
All right. All right. So I was making a ratio submission the other time about health, right? The health sector as it pertains to the rest of the world. That in Cuba they have the health ratio of the medical doctor to a patient about 1 to 150 patients, one doctor to 150 patients, no, less than 150, about 105 patients to one doctor, which is the highest in terms of health ratio in the world, followed by Monaco. France, as we have it today, has lifespan. Unfortunately for us, we have the lowest lifespan in the rest of the world. France lifespan, average lifespan is expected to be 90 upward. Ours is expected to be 52 downward. So as at the age of 50 something, you should be expected to go. That is the lifespan. And in our own ratio is about one doctor to 2,631 patients. If not more, it could rise to about one doctor to about 9,008 patients. The list continue, you can go and find the list. But bringing it into the conversation that because this ratio statistics in a way would also play out in the submission earlier made, because I said that the proceeds earlier, that the proceeds of investing into the educational system is massive. Not massive, baby. It's a compound interest. Everyone will benefit from it. So in Comrade Godwin's submission, he was talking about the fact that some of our people resort to finding life partner to be something they have to become magical about, going to bed and going to search something that is not there. That human interactions, let's leave it as human interactions, because it does affect the business interactions too. Probably your own issue, just like you are sharing Liberation Chat, that your own issue is human interaction with business owners, right? That even though you wanted to give your talent, your skill to a set of the educational institution, but unfortunately, you do not have the equal corresponding reaction from the employer of labor. because the interest of the employer of labor is for profit, right? So it's the same way that the human interactions also, what are the things responsible for human interactions? How is it being boosted or boosted within us? It's the same way. The reverse is the case, that some persons also have had, the unfortunate stories about the employees themselves, right? The employers have some sad stories to share about employees, how they have employed people who have, out of their, actions, gotten them out of business, right? So it's in both ways, but let's major on the marital now, the interactions maritally, and people will be finding it difficult because I was discussing one day with a lady, and I told her that it is not finding a life partner is not the problem in this place. In fact, women should be in high domain, high demand. Women should be lobbied. They should come and be putting your CV on the putting the CV on the ground, just like job employment. Because once in economics, they told us that once the supply is higher than the demand, once the demand is higher than the supply, then the production or producers can now begin to gallivant, begin to show his own wings and power because he's in power, right? And the reverse is the case once the supply is more than the demand. The buyers can then now, begin to show their power. It's the same way. But in this case, you know that we have male population more than female population in this country. We have more population of the male population, even though the difference is quite slim. But the fact there is that we have more male population than we have female population. But how comes when it comes to finding the right set of a thinking partner, people suddenly our female population are out of options? Education. Because the vast majority of the male population, half of them are also unfit to interact with. And it's the same way. It's the same way that the job employment market looks for, even though there are people seeking job opportunities, but not the right fit. In some cases, not the right set of skills. It's the same way, even though there are right set of skills, not the right set of employers that value the input of the employees that they are bringing on board. So we are having a human interaction problem. That's why we cannot even organize amongst ourselves to build things. That's why it's almost the organization that we prioritize in this country is almost for destructive reason. Check cultism for destructive reasons. Check fan base for destructive reasons, not necessarily to come collaborate and do something or build something, because that also answers to education in itself. The level of intellectual performance of people affect their level of interactions with selves. If we have not been equipped how to interact well with ourselves, how then can we begin to build or work together? We can't. So the process of, so for instance, somebody is going to have I'm just using this as an instance, because it just can act stupid sometimes. You are going to have a girl child, then you send your girl child to the Ivy League schools. I'm describing a particular family, but I'm not going to mention them. You are sending your daughter to an Ivy League school, but not many of your boy child in the country that you live in have been sent to Ivy League school. Your girl child comes out of the school, you are the one bothering the girl child, insisting on the girl child to bring a life partner. From where? Who? And you also insisted that it must be from your family lineage, from your kindred, from your state. Who sponsored the boy child? Is there scholarship available for the boy child? You see how people are being stupid for things they have abandoned. You have abandoned the boy child. and you are still not giving stringent reasons, stringent, you know, what do you call it now, for such person to bring a life partner. No, and if you are a lady, if you are a girl, don't disturb yourself. You know, you are living life in a nice way, because the majority of the boy child, the likes of T-Pain have turned them to area boys. The majority of the boy child, the likes of Obasanjo have turned them to area boys. They have become area fathers now, giving birth to area boys. Just imagine that T-Pain daughter brings MC Oluomo to be married at home. Do you think T-Pain is going to allow it? Exactly. The answer is the same, right? He's not going to allow that union. It's not even going to allow you, if what you have to showcase is just a degree. No, it's not going to allow it. That's why they marry. You see the weddings now, the societal weddings in quotes. You see who they marry into, right? So I'm just giving this to say that the return on investment on investing in our educational system affect all sector, affect everything we do. We don't even know to the minute, to the way that it does. So talking about the teacher to student ratio that we have in the world, I've mentioned Finland before, I've mentioned Estonia. A teacher to a student ratio in Estonia. These are places that have one of the best educational system. Is a teacher to 12 students, to about 12 students in Estonia. In Finland, is about 13 to 14 students to a teacher, right? In United States, it's about 15 students to a teacher, right? And then in England, it's about 16 to 20 to a teacher. Nigeria, my country, if not more than this, but on the record, it's about 35 students to a teacher. 35. It's more, yes, it's almost in hundreds, you know, if you are telling ourselves the truth. So that explains why that teacher we saw in that video cannot accommodate the luxury of time of patience because he's already stressed. He's already stressed. One of the reasons they said the global world is campaigning for AI is because the actual ratio that we are supposed to have to a student, because of the dynamism involved in educating a child, the soul, is supposed to be a singular teacher to his students. That is one of the reasons why they are sponsoring AI, even though I do not see AI achieving that. But let's mention some of the countries that are having it nice. In San Marino, is a city in Italy. They are having a teacher to a 6 students in class to a teacher. That changes the dynamics, right? That you only have to cater for the demand of 6 persons. You know, you can bring that home, that if you resume to office and you have to meet and service about 100 persons compared to somebody who has to service the offer, the person that would have been stressed on the 11th or 10th customer, or the person who is just, you know, who is just on his 5th customer and then is thinking, I've not even done anything. Who do you think would give more? Who do you think will be in the mental state to give more to commit more to their customers? It's the same way. And what do you think it will require? It will require investment for us to get to the point where we can have 6 students to a teacher. That requires funding, massive funding. In Bermuda, it's 7 students to a teacher. In Bermuda, 8 students to a teacher. In Cuba, and I'm saying Cuba for a reason. And so, if you know, you know. Some of our comrades will know and they know. Cuba, it is 9 students to a teacher. In Luxembourg, that's between Austria and then it's between a city, it's between Austria and one nation. In Luxembourg, it's 9 students to a teacher. In Estonia, it's between 12.5 students to a teacher. Just imagine the productivity that will happen in such schools as this. Imagine the effectiveness. You understand the effectiveness. That is why we still would employ a private teacher, a homeschool teacher. Is that not why you employ it? But should that even be privatized? Because we are seeing the need that educating a child has to be from the level of personifying, has to be dynamic. A child might not do well in form of pictorial learning, but might do well in terms of oral. A child might not even do well in terms of written exam. We have not even graduated to writing exam in this country beyond just written exams. We don't even have opportunity and facilities to power verbal exams. Don't you know that such exist? Such exist. And some children will thrive in, you tell them, you ask them what they know, they thrive in explaining it, but they don't thrive in explaining it with pen. And some, you ask them what they know, they don't thrive in explaining it or describing it with words, but you ask them what they know by describing it with imagery or in the form of cartoon, and then they describe it exceptionally in form of art. These are part of intelligence. We have not even invested. We do not have, like someone has said, we do not have dull students. We never had any dull student. We only have had dull teachers. But in this case, dull system, a system that has failed to invest adequately into the lives of the pupils. These are the ones that are contributing to the dullness of the system. So what are the solutions? What are the things that we can begin to execute to move or transport ourselves from the current predicament that we are in? Because this is a major predicament. In fact, one of the things that we should do is to call for emergency, a curfew in the educational sector. This demands an emergency that is truly going to say we should not bother moving on from where we are until every hands is now on deck to discuss how to get out of where we are. We have a systemic problem. Just to be sure, because the screen is hanging. Can I still be heard?
Yes.
All right, thank you, comrade, for that feedback. Thank you. Yeah, so we need to call for an emergency. And when I say call for emergency, I'm not expecting the useless Minister of FCT to call for an emergency. He's not a stakeholder. Need to see the recent images of his child graduating from a college. Is it in Nigeria? He was a two-time governor of a state in Nigeria. Did he invest in educational system? You think he would have developed a world-class educational system and only just want to waste our public fund to send his own children to school abroad? So I'm not going to be asking him to call for an emergency. He's not a stakeholder. T-Pain children, you think they school here? Well, I don't know of the one of the market seller, but they are not stakeholders. These guys are not stakeholders. Oshibanjo, these guys keep telling us every day they are not a stakeholder in the educational system. As such, they cannot take it seriously. Why do we even now look towards these guys to solve problems? Let me tell you how unserious these guys are. About 6% of our budgeting is only channeled towards education in this country, across board, from elementary to tertiary. A country that is unproducing, that cannot even refine its own crude oil or resources, a country that has had its metal steel company or sites dormant for years, more than a decade, and is only investing less than 6% of its GDP into education. What they are telling us is that they are not stakeholders. They do not want this sector to function. It's not what they prioritize. So when they go to do coastal roads, and you think it's because they prioritize development, it's because they want to steal money. Did you check the budget? The budget for per kilometer to construct a per kilometer road? Even when they now lie to us that they are suddenly interested in education, see what they go to do. They go to develop buildings. Every time you see this RNG government invest in capital projects, it's because they want to steal money. That's where they want to steal money. That's where they can steal money unchallenged. And their capital project does not include infrastructure of humans. It is only for building buildings, not humans. That's why they cannot put the investment in education. Because for the first time, they will have to do what is the most difficult job in their lexicon, in their dictionary, which is not even there. You cannot find it. Humanity is not in the dictionary. I'll be shocked with the religious institutions today. But you can see the similarities too, that they are not also a stakeholder. When I mean they are not a stakeholder, check the same pattern of the politicians. Are they also sending their children to Nigerian schools? No, they are not stakeholders. So one of the things, so the people who determine that there should be an emergency in the educational systems are those who are stakeholders. You and I that do not have the luxury of sponsoring our own children across the Atlantic Ocean to go and study. One of them, to end up as a DJ, still went to an Ivy League school. Ivy League school. To just go and be a DJ. So the stakeholders now, which is you and I, we must take this seriously and abandon and neglect the idiot polluters that are not stakeholders in this. It's not a priority to them. None of them have their child in the educational institution that is local. They are as foreign as fuck. I know that's your expectation too. You two are waiting to have the resources so that you can transport and jack. But I've said the implication is that you still, no matter what you do, your idea of big mannerism is still here. If you still want to live in this place, even if you want people to be subservient to you, you want them to have at least some basic level of human interactions, education for human interactions. Delivery agents are acting as the demon to the bosses, and they are frustrating, talking about anything that has to do with relating with humans to get job done in this country. I salute you if you are in that sector, especially the informal sector, maybe the interior, the construction. I salute you. The biggest problem of employers in this country is not finding funds. The biggest problem is finding human capital fit enough to embark on a journey with, to do a project with. But the point here is that you think too that by just taking your own offspring out of the system abroad, that means that you have solved your problem. You have not solved your problem. It's just the lack of understanding that you have lacked. Because if you have a business in this country, it is now your stake to prioritize ensuring that the people who are coming from the educational institutions have the prerequisites or the information necessary to be equipped. My solution is that we must declare a state of emergency, but not to declare a state of emergency and hoping that the same people who are not stakeholders, Obasanjo is not a stakeholder in education, and the proof are there. He has none of his children in the educational system of this country. Of course, he went to patronize some of us to say that he went back to school at the age of 70. But you know that that's just politician and Reggie, because during the election cycle, it's almost 2027. All of them start eating with the masses. Stomach infrastructural program, but they there now. They could go see them on the street of Nigeria eating poly, eating. That's patronage. Just like you will see them also in your religious institutions. It's patronage now. After they came to lobby you for an election. Come on. So they can do that patronage. So we must see it as a state of emergency, and we must begin to ask ourselves and be truthful with ourselves that who are the stakeholders in this. The stakeholders cannot be the established politicians. They are in power, they are not doing anything about it. One of the evidence is that even if they have increased it in the recent budget of about 6%, it used to be 6% of our annual budget channeled towards education in a country that has most of its population in a youth bracket age. Even if they have increased it, is recent. And it cannot be up to 20%. Or 20%, I'm too much of charity. I know it's not up to 10%, but let's even not say that it cannot be up to 20%. If we channel our budget of about 25 to 30% to education, is still not too much. With the population, so we have to compete with people who have Bermuda, who has only one teacher to 6 students. With our own population of about 150 million youth-based persons, with 20, as we speak, with 20 million children outside school. It's in this country that we went Teachers went on strike. Teachers went on strike in Abuja for months. Lecturers went on strike for a year or more. About 8 to 9 months, they were at home. Nothing happened. People didn't take it seriously because they have started taking note from their idiotic political misrulers. And the political misrulers, his own child, where he did, no, they strike. The school system, no, they strike. They are not on strike. So you cannot be voting for somebody like that. That is not taking our concern seriously. We are stakeholders. It is in our best interest to be school. So we must take education political. That's the point. The educational state of Nigeria is enough reason to determine who you vote for in the next election. But that's not what you are looking for. You are looking for somebody who will tip you more. Somebody who will give you more largesse, promise you more rubbish. So we must take it serious. We must be political. We must organize in this sense. We must look into what they call their manifesto, their political tool, and begin to query the educational system. But I'm not even going to waste my time on TPZ. I'm not going to waste my time on Obi Diop. I'm not going to waste my time because they are not stakeholders. Did you see what he did in Anambra? Giving generator to school students. You don't know the implication. That's why I don't own generator in my house. The noise alone is crazy. There's what they call noise pollution. It distorts your thinking. You want to learn in an environment and you are hearing noise. I don't know how Nigerians think. Have you not? Oh, even yes, you have not been to Ivy League school. Even if you have not been to Ivy League school, go and Google now, use YouTube now, check other schools. Even at the video where they see, where in China, where they teach children, you think they are listening to me? You think it's generator that is powering the lightning that you are seeing? The noise will now be flowing with carbon. Two things that is required for the brain to function adequately during learning. One is glucose. The brain makes use of glucose for learning to happen efficiently. For learning, can I continue? Can anyone hear?
Yeah. It was Comrade Godwin that came in and his mic was on, so I have muted it so you can proceed.
All right.
Yeah, so if you can for this session round things up in this session for 2 minutes or 3. Yeah.
All right. So for learning to happen, for the brain to function properly, the brain makes use of glucose. Of course, it doesn't convert it from molecules anyway. It's not like for Moses, rather, the Moses are not stretched to convert it, but it makes use of glucose. That the sugary content also affects. When I mean glucose, it's not sugar, but let's just, for the sake of they say for the sake of the is it average man now, of the novice, let's say. But no, let's not even put sugar. Glucose, it makes use of glucose. One other component that the brain needs is oxygen, clean oxygen for knowledge to happen. You put generator in an education, in the learning institute, you think that is life? you will know that these people are wicked. Say, is that okay? If that is life, at least he should have his own child in that school. You will know this is wickedness. That's not life. So if you are coming to say that he improve education because he power education as an institution with generators, you don't even know what you are talking about. It's like we have gone north. We must prioritize education. We must look at political institutions that are saying this is a priority because it's a priority. Development, the bedrock of development, of national progress must be based on our educational institutions. This is a proven fact. Is a known fact that the flight of any bird is powered by its internal energy. And how do you generate internal energy if not food? So I wasn't shocked when I saw that the vultures or the eagles feed on bones only. I was shocked anyway. I was shocked. That who does that? Who swallows bones alone? But I wasn't really shocked because it powers their flight. They fly at an altitude that is only going to be imagined by man. Let me stop there. Thank you. Back to you, Liberation Charles.
Yeah, thank you so much for that analysis, and of course, it brings the subject matter home. Talking about learning environment as with respect to our realities in Nigeria. The reality is quite different, and it's quite sad. If we are to look at it very critically, there's no way you have pupils learn in this kind of environment and you want to bring the best of the best out of them. All right, it's not rocket science, it's just plain truth. And how do we make progress? All right, starting from the very laptop that I'm using for this live stream, to this microphone, to this mobile phone that you're seeing here on my hands, everything, to even the sound system that is basically acting as a speaker for me, everything, the soft box that is acting as lighting, is all made in where? Made in China. Of course, there's a reason why it is like that. This is the result of years of investment into education. And now they are the global capital of manufacturing anything whatsoever. In the automotive industry, they are dominating the textile industry, they are dominating technology, they are dominating on all fronts. All right. So do you now want to wonder why they are dominating when you have not taken in cognizance of their system of education? Their system of education speaks for itself. Look at the classroom of their elementary school, all right, and compare it with our own, classroom. That what we call classroom. It's two different ball game, all right, and of course, it's two different quality of education, and of course, you will now begin to see these are. This is the kind of education that produce our leaders. All right. Many of these schools, all right, I've had many of our so-called leaders in the past. But well, instead of them to even do better, having no better and being given the privilege to do the job, they still drop the ball. They were not able to even deliver the barest minimum. And you now begin to have sad situation like this. A primary 3 student that cannot really add 10 plus 1 together. Let's take a listen for the sake of new listeners
10
or
plus 1
new
is 2.
viewers.
So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is uncle. I said that when we calculate it, let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what?
1 plus 1, 2.
1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what?
Wow, so sorry about that. I have muted my mic all this while. What was I saying? I was talking about the system, basically. And of course, what do you expect from a system or an environment such as this? If you have brilliance or perhaps exceptional students come out of systems like this, it's just the exception to the rule, you know. It's not the ideal. It is the exception to the rule. You have a couple of brilliant students come out of systems like this here and there, but by and large, it is not the ideal. Most times, many of the students that will come out of systems like this would be, a very half-baked kind of system. Talking about remuneration of staff, the environment, the curriculum that is being used to transfer knowledge into these young minds, everything is messed up. As we are as at now, in an era where internet is used to leverage, all right, internet is used to leverage. Many schools still don't have anything that is close to anything like Wi-Fi or anything. Even currently now, we are having a very huge issue with our internet. Our internet today is terrible, and it's Airtel has not done well today at all. Very bad. Everything is just broken down. You know, the light is terrible. Internet is terrible. Everything is just going down the drain. Thank you so much, Gentle Cargo, for liking the live stream from Facebook. And of course, it's just been off and on, but we just driving in a rough terrain, very rough terrain in Nigeria across board. And today we just have to highlight this particular one. And we have been highlighting for the past 3 hours now. So I think we have done a great job in bringing this. And this is just elementary. If you have to go to secondary school, it's most likely the same thing. The tertiary level is most likely, not even most likely, it is indeed the same thing. There's no way you can compare the secondary school education, the university education, even the elementary education with anything called standard. What should be the standard? There's a particular fact check I just had to do here. The teacher-student ratio in Nigeria, of course, Commissioner has mentioned this very accurately. I just want to re-emphasize it. The teacher-student ratio in Nigeria, primary schools, approximately 1 to 40. Pre-primary classes is also around that region. Secondary school is also around that region. But UNESCO recommendation is 1 to 25. So you can see that gap. And I believe this is not even a huge, this is just being too generous to the system. I, for once, came out of a school when I was in primary, secondary school. The average number of the class that I find myself is nothing less than 100, nothing less. At some point, I was in a class of 147, I believe, 147, and my number in their register was 102, thereabout. So it is what it is in Nigeria. The overcrowding in the system, and of course, the rate at which we will pack ourselves inside classroom like sardine, and of course, teachers are few. I remember when I entered secondary school, a science student, where I was thrown into science student because, well, I did relatively well in my junior WAEC, and they believe, well, based on my results, I should be placed in the science class, not particularly because I love science. Basically, this is a systemic error, and it marred my life to a very large extent. It marred my life. It destroyed my my learning progression. Anyone who has listened to me over the years would realize that, well, the way I speak, the way I everything about me is around the arts and humanities. I will have made a very good journalist. I will have made a very fantastic music person, because as it is now, I handle about 7, 8 instruments conveniently at the professional level, and I can perform with any of these 8 instruments conveniently as a music person. All right. And of course, I found the journalism very fascinating. And of course, with the way I handle some of our spaces and all of these programs, some people will be like, say you study journalism. But well, I found myself in art, in science class. I protested in the first time because I knew that this is not for me. I discovered it's not for me, but I went to my class teacher. The class teacher said there's nothing he can do about it, that the art class is already filled to the brim. Is already filled to the brim, and it's all most likely um students that are not performing well, or they do not have a good result in WAHEC. Those are the students that they put in art class. But well, I had to just manage, or perhaps accept my fate pretty much. All right, I had to accept my fate pretty much. Fast forward to at the point when we needed further math teacher, just to tell you the reality of, as against this current, figure that is being generous about this. This system is far more worse than this, and I think I will have to take it down. This research work does not really paint the facts as far as reality is concerned, because some of us lived that reality really. And at some point, we had to request for further math teacher in my school, and you can verify this. This is I'm talking about Ifako Comprehensive High School. All right, Bagada, Lagos. All right, so we went to the principal. We said some of us would have this
Sarah,
deficiency.
where are you?
All right, there
Go
will be
and nap
deficiency.
for 1 hour. Compulsory.
So there'll be deficiency across board. We knew this deficiency will happen because as prospective engineering students, further maths is what will give you the foundation. It is called hard maths. Some call it further maths, some call it advanced maths. That we needed it. And of course, we also needed technical drawing as a subject also. But we got any of this. The principal said he will write to the Ministry of Education. He never got back to us till we get to SS3. And of course, away from that, how about our laboratories? Our labs were nothing to write home about. There's no we just to give you a hint, we performed no experiment throughout Up until when we were about to write our WAEC, then they now begin to bring out all of this equipment that was completely strange to us. It was as if everything was just being brought out of sci-fi movie. And come and see how we're just breaking pipettes. Anyhow, we're breaking because we have to do titration. All right. And to many science students, they would be able to relate what I'm saying. But by and large, this is a very big indication of a systemic error that really affected me. Now, when I now got to so-called higher institution, and I have to work with my WAEC, and based on my department that was forced on me, which is science class, it became obvious that I wasn't meant to be in that particular department. I was just struggling. So I am by and large, with evidence, a victim of Nigerians' rotten educational system. And well, we're not making this up. This is the truth and nothing but the truth. The live stream is a little bit laggy today, and I'm so sorry about that to all our viewers. Well, the internet today is very terrible. We might not spend as much time that we spent we used to spend in our usual live stream today, because the live stream has become so laggy. And I believe the African Wala is here to basically expand or perhaps point our attention to some details or his own perspective on this subject matter of national importance, the Nigerian rotten educational system. I came across this video sometimes yesterday. Then I said, well, I think the ancestors want us to discuss about the rotten system of the education in Nigeria, because this is quite saddening. This indicates everything wrong with the Nigerian system. So I'll pass the mic back to you, Comrade African Wahala. Are you there? Greetings and salutations to you, sir.
Greetings to you, my great comrade. Thank you so much for bringing me on board. And greetings to the comrades, Ayilara and Saint. Thank you so much for your education. The video of these kids they are heartbreaking, to say the least. But an average Nigerian psyche today will say, that's life. That's how we grew up. This is what will make them tougher. I won't be surprised if Nigerians will be, or rather an average Nigerian will look at these children, especially that boy that couldn't tell the answer of 10 plus 2. I wouldn't be surprised if an average Nigerian looks at that boy and be angry with him and expect him to know the answer and reject any form of pampering for that child. Because at this stage in life, children, because that kid looks like he's around 7, maybe 6, 7, 8. That child should be experiencing love and discipline. Without a doubt, we need discipline. But people are going to hide behind, oh, this is our African culture. This is how we are supposed to live our lives. We need to be disciplined. We need to be shouted upon. We need to be flogged with cane. Now, it's important to raise a child with discipline. There should be consequences for bad actions. But in this case, this sample case where the child does not understand 10 plus 1 at primary 3, it's not an indication of the child's level of intelligence. Although our exposure, our environmental exposure can contribute to our intelligence as human beings. In fact, our access to education can contribute to our level of IQ as human beings. So when you hear a lot of people from other parts of the world saying that in sub-Saharan Africa, they have a generally low IQ, It's partly true, not because we are inherently unintelligent, but it's because of our environmental exposure. Like in the case of that boy, if that boy had had a better environment to grow up in, if his teacher had had a better environment to grow up in, we wouldn't be in this rogbodium. Because the teacher is getting angry at the boy for not knowing 10 plus 1. The teacher is being emotional, shouting at the boy. What that does to the boy is it destroys his confidence. That boy will grow up having low self esteem if nothing is done to remedy that situation. That boy will have inferiority complex. And that's why a lot of our people are the way they are from a psychological standpoint. Because we grew up in environments where we were shouted upon because our teachers had it bad too. They even had it good. We went to primary school in the late 80s, early 90s. Our teachers, I'll be very honest, we had good teachers because when I was in primary 3, we were smart. We had Ghanaian teachers all through. All our teachers were Ghanaian back then in the early 90s, I remember. And I'm pretty sure when I was in primary 3, I had a much more quality level of education. But that doesn't mean that I'm a better person or I was just privileged. That's all. That doesn't make me any way better than anybody. I am not better than anybody. But my teachers, most of them were Ghanaians, they definitely had better temperament. They didn't used to shout at us this way or beat us this way. But I was also privileged to go to a private school way back then. And I understand that those that went to public schools way back then, their teachers were definitely from, backgrounds that were rougher than the backgrounds that our teachers came from. So we keep on transferring this trauma generation to generation. Like in the case of this boy that does not understand 10 plus 1, his teacher clearly grew up traumatized too. And he's passing down the trauma to the boy. So that teacher, with his low self-esteem, because the teacher definitely has low self-esteem. He did not prove it in any of the videos, but I can predict that he has inferiority complex because he was shouting on that boy. Someone without inferiority complex, and we all do to an extent, but people that are able to manage their level of inferiority complex, they will be more patient, especially with children, and they would have more emotional intelligence when dealing with people in general. It doesn't make sense shouting on the boy. You know that there is a problem, but because the teacher is also a victim of the society, that is how he knows how to express himself on the child. Now, that child is going to grow up with low self-esteem, just like the teacher. I bet you that teacher will be genuflecting for the principal. The principal of that school will require some sort of genuflecting from the teacher so that the teacher can keep his job. Then the teacher and the principal, their interaction with other members of the society, let's even talk about politics. They will look at politicians as gods, as people that they have to worship because they are from cultures of low self-esteem and they are passing it down to the innocent boy. Now, that boy will grow up, God forbid, I hope that child grows up to be extremely successful. But there are millions and millions of children in that sample case. They will grow up after being yelled at. And we too we were yelled at, we were flogged. I went to a federal government college in my secondary school days. So it was in secondary school that my proper suffering started, and university. Secondary school and university. Hell. Primary school, I was still an ajabo. But once I got into secondary school, it was hell. And I can relate with the psychological trauma of an average Nigerian because I went through the same exact system. The interaction between that teacher, the principal, and the politicians, not even governor, I'm not talking about governor or senator level, I'm talking about common local government chairman or maybe state commissioner. I bet you that teacher will look at that state commissioner as a mini god. Now, what is the relationship of that teacher and the pastors or the imams in the environment? It's the same thing. They don't have the mouth to challenge them. They are unable to resist any form of subjugation that their politicians, their religious leaders, or even their traditional leaders put on them, because the society has conditioned us to be subservient and to be human worshippers. So you can imagine what would happen to that child. God forbid, I hope that child has a great future. I hope this is not going to continue. But there are millions of children that will be their case. Imagine what happens to them growing up with low self-esteem. Number one, they are going to manifest a lot of violence because you have low self-esteem, you don't have quality education, you are just managing to survive. Maybe you got a job as a conductor, bus driver, danfo driver in Lagos. At some point, you see people are trying to cheat you. You're going to be violent. You get exposed into the street life. You are rolling around with people in your social class, and then when the other ones, talking about the ones that are a little bit higher, the so-called state commissioner, people that make it, or civil servants, let's say a civil servant level 16, level 17, the assistant director level, those ones will be looking down on them. Those ones are also victims of the society. They also worship commissioners and senators and governors. They worship them, and they worship their pastors and their imams. They can't challenge them because the society has conditioned them to be that way. And then you can now imagine how these directors or level 17 civil servants will be treating that teacher. I'm just trying to draw a line. I'm trying to paint a picture in our society. How the entirety of our society has been conditioned to not resist oppression. And these are some of the factors that has contributed to us being subjugated. And it's only a few of us that have somehow managed to unlearn the culture of human worship. It's just a few of us. And that is one of the main problems that we have. I really like when Comrade Godwin was saying at this point, he's not interested in all this nonsense, wasting time watching soccer, all this rubbish, following Afrobeats, all this trash that our people are confused with, that our people are distracted with. These are distractions because we have bigger problems. We are now trapped in a society where the majority of the people are actively working against themselves, and it's going to affect us too. We are now in a society where you don't have light. You go and cry on the internet. Not even cry. You go and complain because you are revolutionary. You tell them that I demand that we have light because it's your job. You, the commissioner of electricity or the minister of power, I demand that you provide us light. While you are bold enough to demand, you're not begging, you're not saying, please help us, the masses. You are demanding because you understand your rights. Majority of the people that surround you, they are angry with you because you are demanding. They are telling you that, why can't you genuflect? Why can't you be humble? Is that how you talk to your elders? Is that how you talk to your father? That's what they'll be telling you as a young person that has been bold. So we now have a society that is self-destructive from a psychological standpoint from the people. The people's psychology has become self-destructive. People have completely lost their dignity. They have low self-esteem right from childhood. They grow up, they see begging, and genuflecting as a regular way of life, as part of their culture. And it has put us in a big mess. So I think the ultimate solution, just like the great comrade Ayilara said, we have to organize ourselves in large numbers. And it's going to be very, very difficult because of some of these factors that I was mentioning and the other comrades have mentioned. It's going to be a Herculean task to make this work. Because if you take 5 steps forward, the vast majority of the people that surround you will force you to take 10 steps backwards. So it keeps us going round and round and round in an infinite loop, not headed towards any direction. But we can still try. The least we can do is to keep on trying and never give up on our own dignity. And that process includes us continuing to organize. And that's why I'll just give a confession in my heart. You see, a lot of the people that surround me, even an average Nigerian will look at these people, they'll say, this guy don't make them. This woman don't make them. This one, I wish I was like this. I get some of those people will surround me. Maybe say they be my friends, they be my associates, but I'm not close to them because I don't like their mindsets. I deal with them with a 10-foot pole because I don't really respect their mindset and I don't want them to influence my family. These people, when I tell them that, me, I get solution for Nigeria. My own solution is say, make we do revolution. Make we pursue everybody we don't hold power before and let's turn over the system from the bottom up, from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top. We have to start afresh. We have to start training people. We have to find a way to start educating people. Like the great comrade Ayelara said, we have to find a way to build people, not building infrastructure only. We have to build the psychology and the confidence of the people so that the people have dignity and they can build to contribute to a better society. And to make that work, I would rather pitch my tent with an unpopular route. For me, I'm going through the AAC route. I'm sure there are other organizations that are springing up. I'm very sure there are other organizations that already exist and they also have revolutionary mindsets and they are honest. I'm pretty sure they are. But me, the one that I found that has inspired me is the AAC route. Omoyele Sowore, holding that mantle. I respect that route. Now, it's not a popular route. When I speak to my colleagues, my associates, they laugh me off. These people literally laugh in my face. And me, if you laugh on my face for that kind of thing, the thing they pay me will make a no lie for you. Because I just realized that, man, our problem plenty. It could take before we come up for this mess. So I would say, no problem. You pay me, make I get just 10 votes. You pay me. If we're going to go through that electoral process, and which is not the only way, by the way. Election is not the only way because we understand the Nigerian electoral process is fraudulent. It's always going to cheat you unless the people can overwhelm it in large numbers. But if I'm going to go through an electoral process, I would rather risk getting only 10 votes. If it's just me and 9 other people that vote for the AAC and we lose, I am proud of myself. I would rather do that than for me to go and pitch my tent with the same individuals that have never built anything in their entire life, the same idiots that claim that they've saved money while they were governors. You saved money while you were governors, but your people have an inferiority complex. You couldn't develop your people. They don't even have affordable access to healthcare or good education. They don't. But your slaves are saying that because you saved money and you are not corrupt, you're going to save them. And for me, I think that's crazy. It's not even delusional. It's insane. That's madness. You are just trying to repeat the same thing, the same way that you idiots went and followed Buhari in 2015. You said, oh, he's such a disciplinarian. He was such a disciplinarian. When Buhari was military head of state, he was a disciplinarian. How did that go? Buhari no steal money now, but he just simply used Nigeria as his health insurance scheme. That's why every single time, small cough, small headache, fly to London immediately for 2 months. Precedentless country for 2 months. In Peking, get accident for power bike, fly to Germany immediately. In wife, get Qatar, fly to London immediately. And that was what you guys followed in 2015. Your Saint-Obi that you want to follow now. Where are all his children? Why didn't they go school in the Anambra universities? I'm pretty sure when he was governor, some of his kids were not yet in university level. So he should have developed the universities in Anambra so that his kids could have had the opportunity to go school there. But that never happened. But you guys don't see that because you choose not to see it. And it's because you are slaves. You are genuflectors. You love human worship. And I know this is going to hurt your feelings. You're going to be mad at me. This is the African Wahala speaking. I implore you to be upset with me. Please be upset with me because you guys at this point, you deserve to be roasted, in my opinion. You deserve to be roasted. Maybe that is going to eventually make you start rethinking your choices because you keep on going round and round and round in circles, doing the same thing, and you're expecting a different result. I have no respect for you. And I hope you can eventually have some respect for yourself and you don't have to follow Showere. Go and build your own organization that is void of these idiots that have been in power. How about that? And stop telling us stupidity about what experience does this person have. All the idiots that you're following, the experiences that they've had. Where did they end Nigeria? Where did it end your state? Your Kano state, your Jigawa, your Anambra, your Ogun state? Are they not part of the poverty capital of the world? Are they all not part of the country with the lowest life expectancy in the world? Do you have electricity? Do you have lights, water? You have nothing. You can't even travel. Back then, in the early 90s, we used to go on vacation. We would drive to Gurara Falls in Niger State. We would drive to Yankari Game Reserve in Bauchi. We used to go there in 91, 92, 93. We used to go there. Today, if you go there, and we were kids back then. Today, you have children that are like 7 years old. Take them to Gurara Falls. If ISWAP, which other terrorist organization did there? Lakurawa, Bamoda, even Boko Haram, or na Fulani terrorists. How many terror groups go finish you before you reach there? Large swaths of Niger State have been in control of different terror groups for the past 6 years. Government know they go there. The terrorists are collecting taxes from the indigents, from the farmers. Before the farmers go to their farmlands, they have to pay taxes to terrorists. In fact, it has gotten so bad now that this is how horrible, this is how bad Nigeria has fallen. 177 people got kidnapped on Sunday. The government officials denied it blatantly. Blatantly, they denied it. Say, na lie, na fake news. Then they came back and they accepted it. And then part of the guys in government, they went to London to celebrate the graduation of their children. And they posted it on social media for all of us to see. Oh, I hereby celebrate the graduation of my daughter from King's College, London. That's Gandola, a thief that collected bribe on camera. The video is on YouTube. But guess what? Because Nigerians are genuflectors, when many of us are saying, well, we did see evidence for YouTube. This guy collects bribe. He collected a bribe on YouTube. Why can't they investigate him? He's supposed to be in jail. Instead of putting that idiot in jail, they made him the APC chairman, national chairman. And then the guy resigned. Now he's living a free life. Free man. He don't thief money. He's now posting pictures on social media of his children graduating in London.
Yeah. And you can also look at the primary school in Gandola's state. It was a state in this particular. It was a governor in this particular school, or in this particular. How do I even put it? It was a governor in this particular state, and this is the school that he has to produce. And if you just look at it, the quality of this is Kano State, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, as you are making your reference to Gandola, that is why I said, well, I think it's necessary for me to just highlight the fact that this is Kano State, and this is the kind of school. After taking his own child to King's College, or perhaps a better school outside the shores of Nigeria, look at the classroom in Kano State, no furniture for children to sit on. And of course, they were even putting campaign posters in schools. Look at the sanitary condition of the school. The hygiene is terrible. The infrastructure is broken down. And this is a recent video. This is not one video from the past. This is Dambelo himself filming this particular video by himself. This is the kind of classroom that our children are using to learn in 2026. So it is what it is. So people can actually form their own opinion on the quality of politicians, or how wicked, as some may argue, our politicians in Nigeria. Please proceed, the African Wala. I just want to have that interlude for us to know that this is actually Kano State. That's why I interjected. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for interjecting. It's very important to put some of these graphics for the people to see, because the way the brain works is when people see stuff, it resonates more with them. So hopefully, when they see us complaining, talking about these issues, and they can see the issues, maybe it will spark something within them. Ultimately, the solution is imagine all these children that are in this class now. A lot of these children are probably going to end up as alimajiri, or if they are not already alimajiri. So imagine if all these children can get to a point and they say enough is enough. But before they get to that point, they also need to be exposed to what they truly deserve. Because 99% of these children, they don't even know what they deserve. They have been conditioned through life, through religion, politics, tradition, to believe that what they have is what they deserve. And even if they deserve more, maybe they don't deserve much more better than this, maybe just slightly better. But the truth is, this is 2026. We deserve much more better than this. Because at the rate at which things are going, God forbid, if something bad, nasty happens in the world, and there is a massive decline in population, human population, and people's lives are wiped out, what is going to happen is that Nigerians will be one of the most unlucky people. We are already some of the most unlucky people in the world right now. But when people are wiped out, that means they've just come into the world, existed in pain, suffering, and poverty, and died for nothing. While the rest of the world, even if they got wiped out, at least they had some dignity in their lives. But we just came into the world, lived an undignifying life. Just look at the whole environment. You live a life where 44 million people, I can't remember the exact numbers now. The number of Nigeria, do you guys know that Nigeria, man, we get many bad criteria, man. Nigeria, I believe, is number one in the world. The country where people defecate in the bushes the most in the entire world. Not Nigeria. So it's even embarrassing, It's just a mess. The solution to all of this is...
What do you have to say about the teacher's salary as displayed on the screen? The teacher's salary, and you can see the real, the quagmire here. Before, their salary was 40,000 naira, and the equivalent of that is $254, as at the time that Gandola was there. Now that they have Abba Kyari, or what's the name of this, their recent governor in Kano State, that always wear red cap everywhere, that really wants to, turn things around according to him, that have ended up being even worse. The current salary of teachers on an average is 55,000 naira, and the current value of that is $35. So look at that, and with respect to the economic situation of things in Nigeria, things are, it's like, look at the economic gymnastic that is going on in these figures here. And of course, and somebody told me that the average salaries of teachers in Canada, or perhaps America, is far more than the average salaries of judges in Nigeria. Can you imagine that? And of course, it tells a lot with the level of the terrible remuneration, and of course, if you have to look at this in comparison with the salary of politicians in Nigeria, they know how to settle themselves well. They know how to pay themselves good money. An average senator collects $15,000 a month. Now compare $15,000 by a senator
is what who should be equivalent of a civil servant, just like a teacher. That a teacher is even doing more job than a senator. Now you can see our teachers are being paid $35, and on an average, someone like Sanwo-Olu, an idiot, would say, "Well, we are paying 77,000 naira in Lagos. We are paying the minimum wage in Lagos. 77,000 naira is still less than $60, just a little bit above what we have here obtainable in Kano State." So, what would you have to say about this? Just for me to just interject you once again, if you don't mind, sir.
No, no, not at all. Please, my brother. Always interject. It's such a shame. It's the truth is the cost of living in Nigeria is almost as expensive as the cost of living in many Western countries in this 2026, which is crazy. It wasn't that way about 10 years ago, or let's say about 8 years ago. 8 years ago, if you had $100 in Lagos, if you convert $100, you'll probably get like maybe 100,000 naira. No, you'll probably get like 15,000 naira. That 15,000 naira, and I'm talking about like maybe 10, 15 years ago, 15,000 naira would do a lot. For example, now, if you want to buy a meal, today, you can buy a meal, an average meal in a restaurant in Lagos, not Buka. I'm talking about restaurant. You'll spend like 20K, 20,000 naira for a meal. One meal in a restaurant, not highbrow restaurant, just average mid-range restaurants in like Lagos and Abuja is at least 20,000 naira for one meal. These teachers' salary is 55,000 naira. So such teachers will never contribute economically to the society in many ways because they're not even getting paid enough. You see, the way the economy should work is if people are making money, they will spend that money in the society and they'll spend the money in the restaurant, for example. The owner of the restaurant will take some of that money, the profits, use it to pay their child's school fees, their house rent, and that's how the economy goes round and round. But when majority of the citizens of the country cannot even afford to eat in a restaurant, that tells you that the output of the economy is shortchanged. Because of greed, they've destroyed the currency, they've destroyed the GDP output. The GDP used to be like 500 million, now it's like maybe less than 200 million. They've destroyed so many things about the country. These guys that are in power, and it's not just APC, because I know some of you guys, you've chosen to put all your energy towards APC. It's not just APC that is the problem. Yes, APC is ranking as number one out of all the leadership groups that we've had in this country since inception. APC has single-handedly done more damage than even Babangida did during the time in the 80s, when Buhari was doing all the structural reprogramming, SAP, when those guys were mismanaging the economy, Sani Abacha, the damage that APC has done is even far greater than what all those guys did. However, APC should not be your only target that you want to get rid of. And that's another mistake that a lot of people are making. The solution should not be to target only APC. You have to target APC and any semblance of APC. And that includes PDP, AD, CPC, all these terrorist organizations that have been pretending to be Democrats since 1999. They all have to be destroyed. But because some of you guys are genuflectors, you would rather pick and choose. You pick some of those criminal individuals from some of these groups and say that, no, let's support this guy. Let's support this guy because he's popular. That means you're not ready for your freedom. You are already at the bottom. You have nothing else to lose. How about you start afresh? Let's start afresh. But it's unfortunate that our culture makes it very difficult for people to think that way. The ultimate solution is we need to disassociate from every single individual that has been in power and their associates, and we need to start afresh. That's why me personally, I encourage you to do the same. I am following AAC. It's not yet popular, but I know it's going to be popular because the fallout from 2027 is going to benefit AAC. In 2027, after these idiots have rigged themselves, they played their regular Nigerian politics, many of them start crying again because that's going to happen. They are going to start crying again. When that happens, the fallout of their useless coalition and all this their trash they're doing is going to benefit the AAC. Though the AAC is going to Kowere Mero at that point. But those Were, they won't be the ones in charge. They are just going to be supporters. And the more they become more conscientized and they align with the ideology, then they wouldn't be weary anymore. They will start becoming normal human beings. So that's the solution that I have to prefer as far as our problems are. And I'm just going to drop the mic here now. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat.
Thank you so much, Comrade African Wahala, for your submission, your inspirational, and of course, you have basically took us home. You highlighted, what the situation and the solution to the problem is. There's no point talking about problems without the solution. And of course, you have pointed the solution to on a take it or leave it basis. And of course, please feel free to basically come and challenge us. You have all of the channels to come into the studio to negate or perhaps rebuke anything that is being said that you disagree with. Speakers or perhaps even the host have the right to give recommendation and solutions based on their investigation and their own research. You also, as our viewers, you have the right, and we mean it, really, you have the right to say, I disagree, based on facts. And of course, you must be willing for us to fact check you. And of course, not just a matter of opinion, beer parlor kind of discussion. We are very much, interested in facts, figures, models, historical references that really validate whatever it is that is being said or that is being submitted. And you don't even have to be in the studio here. If you want to be in the studio here, there are many avenues. If you check the comment section on YouTube, Movement Radio, on YouTube Civic Space channel, you see the link to come into the studio. And of course, if you check Liberation Chats on X, you will also see the link to connect to us live and direct in the studio. But if you can't do that, feel free to use the comment section. We are going to see it. Immediately you drop your comment, try it and see. Immediately you drop your comment, it will pop up. We'll be able to showcase it and bring it to the screen. This is how we operate here. This is the People's Media platform. The People's Media platform, away from the propaganda. Because so many propaganda is out there that is supposed to, misrepresent the situation. And from this, for the sake of those that are just joining us, let's take a listen to this sound bite as we take a breather. That is where we have been coming from. And that this particular, video clip is actually the focal point of this whole discussion. Let's take a listen.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what?
10 plus 1.
You are in primary 3. 10 plus 1 is what? 10 plus 1 is 2. So what's 10 plus 1?
10 plus 1 is... Uncle, I said that when we calculate it, let me know the answer I can talk.
The answer you can talk. You are in primary 3, so you don't know 10 plus 1. You want to start counting 10 plus 1. Primary 3. 1 plus 1 is what? 1 plus 1 is 2. You know that 1 plus 1 is 2. So 10 plus 1 is what? 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. 10 plus 1 is 12. You want to calculate it.
Sit down, make I calculate.
As you sit down, you want to calculate. So you don't know 10 plus 1, you are in primary 3. You want to start calculating 10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Eh?
Make I tell you.
Okay, tell me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10, 11.
So what's the answer? 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 is what now? Eh? Say it. 11. So what's wrong with you? Since morning.
All right. And many people would say the question that this teacher have asked, just like myself, I would say, what is wrong with the Nigerian educational system? What is indeed wrong with Nigerian's educational system in terms of the quality of education? And do not forget, this is even a private school. The public school, well, as you can see, we have actually highlighted the public school, how a public school will look like. And of course, you are still, you could still hear some level of pidgin English from this, young fella. In many public schools, it's a different ball game entirely. There are many public schools that not to even negate the use of indigenous languages, but the fact that if you are saying that English language is our official language, and students cannot really communicate using English, and even the local language, they cannot write or read it; they can only speak it. It's indicating of so many, wrong shades across board. And as you can look at your screen, that those are our public schools, all right? And this is the average salary of teachers in our public institutions. Of course, it is what it is. And of course, if you are to relate that or compare with all over the world, what has been the investment of government on education all over the world, it's a different ball game entirely. And if you take a look at your screen, you would see China and the elementary school. And you now be wondering, if the education is like this, what will be the result? And look at the result of what the kind of environment and investment in education in Nigeria has produced. And look at, what the investment in education in this qualitative manner has produced. The microphone that I'm using to speak to you now is made in China. The laptop is made in China. The phones that I'm using is not every of my equipments are made in China. And is it any different? Is there any surprises? Because look at the quality, the regimen of education. Relate it and compare it with, all right, look at the environment of perhaps our own educational system. If you pay close attention to that previous video that we play, you will see the environment is nothing to write home about. The floors are not tiled. It's a chalkboard. The walls are not plastered. It's most likely a very unconducive learning environment. Really does matter. Any experienced teacher will tell you that. But if you look at it, our situation is very, very, and if you look at the level of investment and how much, okay, just make a quick research. How much money has been budgeted for education since the past 2 decades? Just 2 decades. It runs into billions of dollars, and yet we have nothing to show for it. Absolutely nothing. How do I know that we have nothing to show for it? Show me a made in Nigeria gadget. All right. Show me, all right, a state-of-the-art facility that is science-based, that is geared towards innovation. Show me a made in Nigeria car. Made in Nigeria, not assembled in Nigeria. There's a difference between made in Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria cars. And I will show you made in China, entirely made and built, in China, entirely made and built in America, cars and vehicles. So it all boils down to education, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, look at the quality of our leaders. These are not educated people. They do not have the kind of education that it takes to be leaders. These are mad people. All right? And I have the reservation to express my feelings as far as that is concerned, in my own opinion. And many Nigerians would agree, because only mad people odd stuff. Only mad people accumulate materials that they don't need. Let me state it again. Only mad people accumulate material possessions that they don't need. That is why you see many of our politicians, they will hoard, they will like Emefiele, is it Emefiele or perhaps Malami? The current case that we are looking at currently now is Malami. Properties worth over 210 billion naira was seized from Malami quite recently. Building landed properties in Abuja, in KB State, in many other parts of the countries. He just ordered these properties to himself. Emefiele was indicted to have over 200 and something plus building in estates in Abuja. All right. How do you explain leaders, so-called leaders or politicians that would hoard property? Some of them, in fact, our politicians have been caught hoarding money in a septic tank in Nigeria. Normal people don't behave like this. Educated, properly educated people don't behave like this. Only mad, mentally unstable people will see the need to basically, steal from the public resources. Stealing from the public resources is not normal. It's an abnormal madness kind of situation. And we want to highlight this today, the Nigerian rotten educational system and how it affects our lives generally. As I am now, I am afraid of the kind of education that my kids will experience. Once I look at countries, serious countries like this, and you know that they are serious because of the consequences that comes with corruption. Once you are caught, people like Emefiele, people like Yaya Bello, and all of these current crops of wicked, corrupt politicians, they must have been executed long ago. They must have been executed long ago in China, long ago. And of course, how do you say you want to fight corruption and without, punitive measures that is quite very strict? Someone embezzles billions of naira that is supposed to be made to build infrastructure that thousands of people should benefit. Only you carry and put for pocket. You carry and go buy properties for Dubai that you cannot even stay in. You don't even intend to stay. You just want to buy it and let it stay there. When you can build standard facilities, school systems, all right, educational facilities that will benefit hundreds of thousands of people. This is not, we're just looking at only primary education today. We can even expand it. Go to our universities now and see that they are a shadow of themselves. No level of improvement whatsoever. No level of improvement whatsoever. Things have gotten from bad to worst. What did I say? Things have gotten from bad to worse. And at this point, it is very, very worrisome. It is very worrisome. It is concerning that we have a country that has remained stagnant for years. All right, Comrade Godwin, please forgive me. I don't know if you are ready to speak. Please feel free to speak, and also Comrade Ilara, please feel free to jump in at any point in time. But just give me like 2-3 minutes for me to just go, and of course highlight some of these things. Is very, very important, because if we are to compare this with what is about to pop up in your screen right now. It's two different situations. All right. How can you say we have an administrator in this kind of state under whose watch? Look at the entrance of a primary school. Look at the entrance of a primary school, for crying out loud. This is depressing. There's no way a child will be inspired to come to school in this kind of environment. There's no way. And this reminds me of my time in primary, when I will wake up in the morning and I would be so unmotivated to go to school, because even the learning environment is depressing. It's depressing. Stands everywhere. The classroom is jam-packed with so much of us. And what is stopping the Nigerian government to build multiple schools? If population is an issue, if you can have 2-3 branches in a street, what is wrong with having about 10, 5, 8 primary, secondary schools in a local government area, in comparison with 1 or 2 that we have now? And you have a population issue. Look at the learning environment is terrible. This is depressing. All right. How can you explain having chalkboard in a modern era? Chalkboard. Look at the level of dust that will be inhaled and how it will affect the qualities of life. Gone are the days we should be gone past this level of chalk that, when it is being dusted, all of those are in the front row. They are the casualties of the dust that will come up from the board, and they will inhale these toxic chemicals. It should be gone past this level. This is like Albert Einstein kind of era of chalkboard, and it's because there's a reason why they moved from that era till now. All over the world, they have moved on. Humanity has moved on. Mankind have moved on from this, primitive methods of learning. There are there's a reason why people in all over the world, they achieve more just by sheer methods and equipment of learning. What would ordinarily take, years to learn before would most likely take months to learn now, because of what? Audiovisuals and learning equipment, learning materials, learning environment. All of these things really does matter. It does matter a great deal. All right. And if you take a look at this is not what should be obtainable in a modern era. And I have talked about this before, but today is the day that the ancestors have made for us to really highlight this issue, and bring it to the stage. So let's pass the mic to Comrade Ilara, then to Comrade Godwin. Comrade Shua, are you there?
Yeah, Comrade. I'm here. Can I be heard?
Yeah. You're being heard. Please proceed.
Interesting breakdown from you. Interesting submission from Comrade African Wala also. And this just speaks to the fact that, listening to you speaks to the fact that education is important, and that if we have not paid attention as we ought to, we will learn in a hard way. We are learning in a hard way. You can't have children produced in an environment not even fit for animals and call that education, and say that you want to live peacefully within such environment with those that you have siphoned future out of, right? You are not going to live it to tell the story. Is it far-fetched that we are seeing the banditry increase on incremental rates? Is it far-fetched from insecurities and then all manners of kidnapping activities around our space? It's not far-fetched. You can't look at these institutions and see that it promises anything other than violence. This is violence unleashed on our children. You keep people in this on them, and just like a favor in return, they will return one and look for you, and they will equally give you violence, because this violence. But me, I'm not surprised, because myself and a friend haven't gone to the yard to serve. I think this was around 2016, 2017, thereabouts. We single-handedly painted the whole school, furnished the whole school. We are just barely just teenagers or young adults trying to find, was it in 2017 or 2010, thereabouts, around that time. Painted the whole school, painted the whole building, because we realized that there is importance in that, in taking our educational system seriously. You don't put such investment in people, people are going to go haywire, and such haywire is not one that we are experiencing the scenario. We are not experiencing the scenario, but this is not school. We should even stop from saying that this is a school. This is not school anymore. What Dambelo is describing, what I'm seeing here, is not school. And this is also not coincidentally coming from the most talking about one who has gone from allegedly to one that has a tape to his name, Gandhi State, that he was seen on camera collecting bribe, who later went ahead or was picked ahead for, they will say, for political reasons, to be chairman afterwards. They give him the chairmanship of this current ruling party, and some of you still voted for him. You still voted for the party. You still voted for the party. And we are where we are now, and you say you don't know why. Of course. So the problem is massive, right? Talking about the budget, because I had to fact check myself on the budget, the allocation of the education, the budgeting on education. They have actually increased it. That's the good news. But you will have thought that they are what did I said 6%. I was even thinking 10%, 20%. They increased it to 7.08% education. Defense is 9.87%. That's about 10% of the annual budget. Infrastructure, 8.16%. Health, 4%, approximately about 5% of the annual budget. Then debt servicing, they say it's 33%. They say paying debt is more important than educating us, keeping us in health, keeping us in shape, form, defense. You can tell that this administration, this system is deceiving itself. It's no longer deceiving us. We are being patronized. This patronized. If a sitting governor could take about approximately 35 million, is it 35 million naira or 35 billion? About 30, his school fees of his children were paid all front. Is it 35 billion now or 35 million? If a sitting governor, talking about Yaya Bello, can plan ahead, that's more than insurance. That's from the calculation, that is the equivalent of him paying the school fees for another 35 years. If he could take that money away from the system just to secure his own destiny of his own children, that should tell us something, that we should take these things seriously. If our oppressors are taking the educational system of their children seriously, that should inform us that we should take our own seriously. But beyond taking our own seriously, because the idea is that we should leave the government institutions abandon it and then just look straight into the private institutions. No, we can't afford to do that. Do you know why? We are stakeholders. We are stakeholders. We want our life revolves around us. You want to be able to, interact with your neighbor in such a way that you get some quality form of interactions from such, not what we have resorted ourselves to or what we have made us become. That at the sight of a brother in the northern region now, you are suspicious. You are suspicious because you understand that violence has been unleashed on such person, and as such, the person will not, withhold violence away. Just like African Wala was explaining the other time, that you could tell that violence, the teacher and the students are experiencing a violent space. Violence has been unleashed on them, and as such, they will but not, or they cannot but unleash violence on others. Right. So, part of the solution, we have to go political way because that's great systemic way. That is one. That's the all the explanation I explained earlier. We have to go in a political way. To solve this problem, we have to control our educational system. To control our educational system cannot just be creating one or two charity schools here and there, creating missionary schools here and there, expecting the private sector to come and take responsibility of what the state can and should take responsibility for. As we're already doing badly in this sector. There are a lot of disenfranchised children already away from the school system. That does not mean well for us as the people, the stakeholders. So we have to go political in that sense. One of the things that we also have to do in going political is that we have to create a national ourselves at this point, just like Thomas Sankara did in the Burkina Faso, the land of the upright, formerly the upper vote, by demanding that they switch their national orientation from just champagne for few to water for all. At this point, we have to critically analyze and critically look into our faces and say to ourselves whether we want development. And what kind of development are we looking for? Is it the development that promotes, our current states, regardless of our reality, or the one that really would deal with the realities? Dealing with the realities means that for us to address poverty, it means that we have to address what we can, contribute to that, what we can produce. So let's say Nigeria wants to address poverty, for instance, or insecurity. The answer to insecurity at the long term is to address the educational institutes or institutions around us, because the educational institutions can therefore now address our economical power, talking about production. So we have to analyze ourselves and dissect ourselves and tell ourselves to faces, what exactly do we want to achieve as a nation? What exactly, where are we, where should we be going as a nation? Do we want to look like we are developing, or do we really want to develop? When I mean, do we want to look like we are developing, we should now begin to query ourselves whether just building infrastructures, being able to construct one building here and there, being able to be a house owner is what we should be celebrating, or being able to school vast majority of our population. We need to set the priority right, so that government again will not come again and do RNG government project for us, and we'll be celebrating that. Like in recent time, the coastal roads. And I keep mentioning the coastal roads because it has no, well, this motherfuckers has a way of describing it in such a way that it has impact. And I'm not going to say that it has no impact. But these idiots are not doing it for the sake of impact. You will know clearly that the cross Calabar, Cross River State can be linked by air, can be linked by seaports. Are these things already that have infrastructures, are they improved on? They want to create coastal roads. Can we develop, could they have developed the seaports? Yes. So they are not interested in Calabar when they are doing this. Could they have improved on the air station if I thought they have one? I am not sure if there is one. But could they have improved? Yes, I think there is one. There is one. Could they have improved on with the airport? Yes, they should have. They can. So let's get serious. Let's get serious with ourselves to say what kind of society do we want with ourselves? Is it this society that we have to secure ourselves by all means away from our people, because these people that we have disenfranchised are going to react in one way or the other? Or we want a society where we can live peacefully, where we truly want peace, not by mouth, peace, really. And that one that we want peace means that we must include all. To include all, one of the fair share to life is education. How can a child grow up not having education and not having quality education at all? You have already predetermined the destiny of such child by not providing adequate educational infrastructures within the environment. So we need to ask ourselves, what kind of people do we want to produce? And what kind of environment do you want to see? Then with that motivation of the kind of environment, if you want a place to be developed or modernized, I'm not against modernization or developing a place, the superstructure of a place, the design. But I'm saying that for us to design that without putting so much pressure on our national deficit, on our national debt, means that we have to look inward, means that the people internally must provide the infrastructural support, the technical support to develop it. If we have institutions that are powered by foreign expatriates, it means that we do not have the human resource to power it. If you want to drive, let's say you want to drive limousine, for instance, and the limousine have to be produced, coupled in some other place other than Nigeria, then that means you are not fit. Because what that means is that the people you have left unattended to, without a job, without any means of engagement, are going to react to you. What do you think? They will fold their hands and be clapping to you. That's for the mumums. Or coming to come and take your picture. That's why you will need security around them to live around them. But the moment we determine that, oh, we don't want such life anymore, we need therefore to invest in our education in such a way that the research institute across our tertiary educational system can be functioning. We have tertiary institutions without no research. Companies are not going into those places to invest, to put money in the ground and say, I need to test the product. I need to test a theory. I need you to come up with the research. We are not funding research institutes. We are in the business of retail. We call retailing business. That is not a country that you would live peacefully with your abundance. That's not a country. So we need to begin to see ourselves as a player, as a part in contributing towards the environment we want to see. I haven't gone political. Very important that we must go political. Don't do anything other than first going political. We must go political with this agenda of good educational system. If a government, I'm not even negotiating with them whether you want to send your children to the school anywhere. That's not even the negotiation. But based on the environment we want to create, that should inform the level of investment that we should put in that environment. If we want to create an environment without flooding, that means we would have a well-planned road drainage system. Then we should be putting resources into our educational system to empower and keep the minds there in order to come up with world-class drainage system solutions that can power our road system and infrastructural designs. If you want to see skyscrapers, we should begin to look inward at how we can equip our children to educate them to be able to build skyscrapers. We should not be imagining that one person will come and build skyscrapers for us from the abroad. If we need to build bridges, which we still need more, we need to put our info. We see that's the level. The level, what is motivating us now is the result of what we want to see. If you need to live in a museum, let's say a museum, you want to live in a gigantic building, that should inspire our investment in our minds, in our educations. If you desire to drive on the street of Nigeria, the kind of people you would want to drive alongside or share the road with should inspire the kind of desire of what the educational system should teach. If you desire at the end of the day to have a life partner or to become one yourself, the choice of that in itself should inform the investment that we put in our educational system. Ultimately, the life we want to see should motivate and drive us into the educational. If you ever desire that one day you wish that your child be taught by a great teacher, by somebody who truly understand the quality or the input of teaching, then we should take it as a matter of urgency to put all our resources into the educational system. As we have it today, I don't know whether it has changed for years. For public schools, we can go into public school, the PTA, Parent Association meeting, is there, can employ, even in public schools, can employ teachers off the records of the government and pay teachers. They can renovate schools. These are some of the things that we can begin to do. See, don't get me wrong. First, we must deal with the political stuff because we cannot build the country we want to build by charity, on the basis of charity. NGO is charity. Charity cannot last well. It does not build systems. So as we address the system, but because we cannot wait for the government, even in our organizing alone, we can begin to divert our resources, common resources, to public schools, institutions. This idea of me alone, my child must go to private school that they are not giving you any equivalent value. If you put such resources, come together with one or two or three of your friends and put such resources in a public school, you can make it look more, more interesting than it is. And you would also be helping and servicing more children while you do so. You can equip the school system. You can even employ teachers, like I said. Because we have to take responsibility for the minds coming out. Because if you do not take responsibility for such minds, what do you think you'll be left with? You'll be left with reprobate minds. Minds that will come and every conversation must lead to sex. Every conversation must lead to sex. And if it does not lead to sex or entertainment, it is not appealing to them. Any slight chance that you discuss about political stuff, about political progress, they shut down. They're out of the room. It's boring to them. They say it's boring to them. They say they're taking their life in their hands.
Wow. It seems as though network has taken Commission out of the studio. I believe we will be back. And I believe Comrade Godwin, you're still very much connected with us. Are you there? Godwin, are you there? Right. Yeah. I believe we are still very much connected and we are still very much live. And we have 111 join us in today's broadcast. And what have we been talking about? We have been talking about the Nigerian rotten educational system. The Nigerian rotten educational system. That has been our discussion so far, so good. And we want to highlight what constitutes the Nigerian educational system and learn from it. And of course, learn from what had been our ordeal, paint our situation in the realest form possible, without any form of sugarcoating of our reality. This is our reality. This is how some of our classroom looks like in Nigeria, and I think it's something that is quite sad. The level of the quality of education is nothing to write home about, and of course, it's an indictment on the so-called politicians that have constituted and paraded themselves as you know performing governors in quotes. These are not performing politicians. These are politicians who have dropped the ball in every area. All right, in every area. And how did we know? We know because we have been able to study very carefully, all right, their antecedents. And what has been their antecedent? Their antecedent is the fact that they have been pocketing the resources of the people. All right, resources that should have gone into capital projects. All right, resources that will have gone into investment into education is in private pockets. And that is why we are very, very much interested in highlighting these realities. This is our realities in Nigeria. And of course, if we do not highlight it, who will help us highlight them? All right? Who will help us to highlight it if we refuse to highlight it? And we have to really hold the feet of the politicians to the fire. We have to make sure that we bring them up to speed, that they are doing this level of wickedness against the people. Why do we have made in China products scattered everywhere? It's because these people have invested decades in education. Look at the staff room of our average school. Look at the conveniences. The toilets are in absolute mess. The sanitation, the ambience of the school screams ancient. Look at children sitting on bare floor. The classroom is, and you can see posters of politicians in the classroom. These are not serious politicians. These are a bunch of jokers. And if you look at their personal lives, go to their houses. You have the best of the best infrastructure, quality materials is best of the best. All right? Their own lives have improved, but the public infrastructure have not improved. All right? The public infrastructure have not improved, but their own lives have improved. And we want to showcase this because the conventional media centers or media organizations in Nigeria will not showcase this to us. All right. For instance, let me just read, since my internet is very, very slow in downloading videos. I would like to read a couple of things. All right. There is this expose that was exposed for double double projects. All right. For instance, before we even go to the double project, well, it's not actually new in Nigeria that our politicians have a way of budgeting this two different budgets for the same project. That's happened multiple times. Right, this is absolute, fraudulent activities by some Nigerian politicians. Emefiele buildings are 754 apartments, while we have 747 local government in Nigeria. That is the number of houses that Emefiele has built and hoarded to himself with the Nigerian people's resources. It is sufficient to really gift one very poor household per local government all over the federation. Only mad people behave like this. They hoard, stuff that they don't need. Tell me, what does it need this much properties for when there is deficiency of schools? If you turn all of these properties, or in actually the cash value of it, the number of schools that you will have built, that is, whatever Emefiele has seen is enough to build over 754 schools, standard schools, because these buildings, they are standard. These are buildings that were built to sell or to resell in large quantity. These are supposed to be like estates. All right, but if you look at the quality, that is enough to build schools across the federation. And you can imagine how it will relieve the pressure from the already stretched system. But this is actually someone's own, loot, basically. And yet, this person they are still dragging their leg. In the case of Emefiele, they are still dragging their leg. And of course, the fact that they were able to expose this much to us, it means there's far more than we have seen that this person who has been the past, or perhaps the immediate Central Bank of Nigerian governor. The level of impunity and theft in Nigeria, it's crazy. And of course, here is a post by Nathaniel talking about the double project. For instance, let me just give a summary of it, since I'm finding it difficult to download videos. I'll give a summary. In the last year, all right, about 10 billion naira was budgeted, all right, for solar power generation, right, in Aso Villa. All right, 10 billion naira was budgeted. Again, this year, for the same project, 7 billion naira was budgeted for the same project, all in the name of upgrading the previous one that was done with 10 billion. So we have a total of 17 billion dedicated to take our politicians out of the grid. All right, that is, they will be dependent majorly on solar power. That is the whole idea. 17 billion naira. And if of course, you look at this much money, what can it do for the people? If you look at the number of houses that this very same amount of resources and amount of funds can use to power thousands of homes with megawatts of electricity, if they were to use that same money, thousands of homes. But they decided to budget that much because they want to steal majority of the money. And yet, that is not even a guarantee that they will not budget. They will not put another budget to it again in the next budget. So it is what it is. Well, whether Tinubu or perhaps other politicians, but politicians is our politician. It is not meant for the people. All right, it is meant for Tinubu and his cohorts, Tinubu and his fellow people, because let's face it, not be only him they use that particular infrastructure. All right, politicians who are very much close to corridors of power will visit him Some of them would, make use of the facility one way or the other. But it is not meant for the people. All right. But if you imagine the level of that much resources, that much money can be used to power so many houses that are in darkness as we speak right now. We were having a conversation with the candidate, the councillorship candidate of African Action Congress, Pi Ward, in Abuja last Sunday in Onshore People's Power Space. And he was telling us that, well, till as at now, his ward does not have constant, or they don't even have electricity at all. They don't have electricity at all in Pi Ward. And this is in Abuja, that is supposed to be this, federal capital territory, where it should be the epitome of infrastructural development. But they have used good roads, all right? And it's not even uniform. Let's face it. These good roads are just strategically built to serve the politicians, basically. But there are many creeks and rural areas in Abuja that their road is still very much terrible. And it's pointing out the system is not meant to serve the people. The system is meant to serve the politicians. And it's high time for the poor to bring justice to the politicians. The politicians must experience justice. And what is the justice here? Absolute forceful retirement of these politicians to political oblivion. That is their nemesis. That should be our strategic plans going on, moving forward. Moving forward, we must be very, very much determined to say, well, enough is enough. We are not going to have this any longer. And only one political party is selling this rhetoric, all right, of getting rid of this establishment, quagmire, this nightmare that call themselves political hegemony in Nigeria, scattered across so many crooked, fraudulent, terrorist organizations that call themselves political organization. All right, we need to actually, bring the system down and have a, hard reset. Hard reset. Only one party is talking about having this hard reset in our system, especially, for instance, in our educational system, the African Action Congress. Power to the everyday people. Join, organize, and lead. And of course, how do you join? aacparty.com. aacparty.com. If you have not subscribed to our channels, Civic Space channel on YouTube, please do that. Subscribe. If you are coming across our content for the first time, please drop your comments. Let's welcome you specially. If this is your first time of joining our broadcast, just drop in the comment, my first time listening. We would be able to give you a shout out. And of course, on Facebook, Civic Space NG, and on Twitter, Liberation Chats and Movement Radio. Please, let's follow, and let's share the live. Because it's a recorded live, let's face it. And of course, after we must have ended the live, which we will do very soon, because we have basically done justice to this very topic. All right, so it's recorded space, so share it so that others will be able to tune in to this very educative, rich broadcast. So what do we have to say? What have we been saying? The Nigerian rotten educational system. Is the Nigerian system not rotten? Do you think it's not rotten? Come present us with empirical facts that indeed the system is not rotten. Indeed, there are no students. There are no Nigerian primary school children that doesn't understand simple arithmetic of 10 plus 1. 10 plus 1 arithmetic, basic arithmetic. Many of our young lads are still not, finding it easy to do this very simple, basic arithmetic, just because the system is rigged, the system is messed up, the system is is not designed to really produce the best results when it comes to education. Why? How did I know? Look at the environment of this school. The teacher is also shouting and shouting, which also indicates poor training. Because if you are well trained, you know that shouting is not the best way to inculcate or perhaps to transfer knowledge. It's a very terrible strategy. Look at the environment. Look at this is the typical classroom. All right. Look at it. Many of our classrooms do not have furnitures, and billions of naira are being budgeted. This is very important. Billions of naira are being budgeted for what? For education. For education. How unfortunate can this be, ladies and gentlemen, that we have politicians budgeting money and not really doing the job of using the money for the purpose with which it was meant to serve. All right, there's a particular purpose that every budget is supposed to serve, but you can see clearly that the Nigerian system is a different ballgame entirely. Politicians will take money and we embezzle it. And you now begin to wonder that, are these people in need? Let's even imagine that they are in need. How long do they have to keep being in need? And to what extent, when you are now beginning to catch them, for instance, now, there's a difference between using people's money to sort your own self, and maybe perhaps from the contracts, you were able to really utilize or give the contract to perhaps maybe an organization that you know can do the job well, but at least you have affiliation with the organization, all right? And of course, they factor your own building into the whole. In fact, you are not collecting money, but for instance, you want to build an housing unit for the people, and you say, okay, my own housing unit is also part of this housing unit, or build it very well, because it's for all of us. And you also solve your own housing challenge. That is a different ballgame entirely from not providing the housing at all. The money that was supposed to build the housing for everybody, you put it inside your own private pocket. And of course, you even went further. Some of the people that have been able to build houses for themselves, you went further to demolish and destroy whatever it is that they have built. So this is a high level wickedness. Is a high level, tier of wickedness, high level frontier of and now, of course, let me not waste time to pass the mic to Godwin this time around, because you have dropped multiple times. Let's pass the mic to you. Comrade Godwin, are you there? I think I have called you before. Are we still connected with you? Okay, I think we are connected.
Yeah,
Please proceed. Please proceed. Thank you so much.
yeah, I'm here. Please, hope I'm audible, right?
Yes, you're audible.
Um, all right. I've been listening. I've been listening to your submission. I've been listening to other submissions. See, like seriously, I really want to speak regarding that little kid that the teacher was trying to teach 10 plus 1. You see, there is something happened there, because even the teacher that is teaching that kid has no compassion. For you to be a teacher, you are a teacher to that kid. That is why you are there as the teacher. So many of these
But but
teachers,
but,
they
but,
have,
but Comrade Godwin, the teacher herself, go teacher training college.
for
Abi
where?
is forced to teach just to escape economic realities. So
If you
the teacher herself is a product of the rotten system. So he
yes, now
himself
that is
no get the kind of training where he need. Because if you have been trained, he go know say shouting at students or shouting at a pupil is a very wrong way of educating the child. It's not going to work.
Exactly.
But because himself is a product of the rotten system, himself no training, nothing. He's just doing the job for survivor. And for survivor, as work they
Ah,
transfer the aggression on the child.
aggression. You see,
So please continue.
so many of these teachers, they all came from a broken home. And once you see people that came from a broken home, the way and manners they talk to people, you will see that they were not brought up with something called love or care. You understand? So they will now want to transfer that aggression on the people they are dealing with. This thing that happened here, it doesn't only correlate with teachers alone. Oh. It also correlates with how our society, it's a general societal damage. You see, you see, um, people as in is like even in relationship, it happens in relationship. That's how you will see domestic violence. People who are constituting domestic violence, they all came from is a product of a broken home. And this also what happened here, that teacher and that kid is also an example of a broken home and a broken system. You are there as a teacher to correct, to guide, but you shouting on a kid that doesn't even know anything. It's just like that teacher doesn't even know he doesn't even know his work. So you can all see that it's just same chaotic situation that we are talking about. And if you even look now, that teacher now, he did not go through NCE. He might not even be a teacher. Now, maybe in a situation of the country, carry and go put for that place where he can force himself to become a teacher. So everything just still deals on societal damages. And these are the elements, these are the effects of societal damage. And this is what is current, this is what is currently playing out. And people think it's a joke. It's not a joke. You understand? As a teacher, you're supposed to have at least let love. You have to you have to talk to your pupils, your students with love, care, because that's why you are there as a teacher, not to go and be hostile, showing hostility to kids. And this experience now, it will continue to be with this child. It will continue this traumatic situation will continue to be with this child. You understand? Because children learn from experiences, children learn from what they are seeing. So what am I saying here is that it's not only related to the teacher stuff. Okay, just imagine now, look at our learning ground, look at a learning ground in Nigeria, a country where trillions, millions, billions are being budgeted on a monthly basis. Look at where children are learning. And the worst of all, these useless politicians, they are saying all these things. They will be happy about it. You understand? And like just take a look. Take a look. This place, this learning ground is just like a third world, like where Iraq, where they are fighting, Hamas, where they are where atomic bomb drop. Imagine. So
It's
you cannot
unfortunate.
see the failures.
It's a pity.
It's unfortunate. See, like what you were saying that not be only your place, nine primary bad school day. I don't know December. I did a video in our secondary school here in our community. If you see school, if you see science labs in 21st century, 2026, that science lab, if oh God, if you say you want carry out experiment, that place will even bomb. Everywhere go just smoke. And these are the things we are seeing. the question we should even ask ourselves: these politicians that are collecting millions on a monthly basis, what what is what are they even doing? Why are they there as a governor? And this all these classrooms that we are saying now, it is people that are governors in that state. It is people that are senators. It is people that are House of Rep member, ministers, House of Assembly. What are they doing? So you can all see that our educational system, there is nothing to write home about it. We have a damaged educational system, minus zero. Nigeria educational system is minus zero. There is nothing to write home about it. So we are even lucky because it is the same system that we also pass through. Even our own then was even it was even better, but now it is worse. Like what you were saying, that the nature of your secondary school. I told you that if you go and look that secondary school now, it is worse than how you left it years ago. If you think it's a lie, you can just take a stroll and go to that school tomorrow, and you will see that you are not you are speaking facts. The facts are there. So whatever we are saying, whatever we are speaking, we are not just speaking because of speaking sake. We are speaking from the point of view of reality. So what is currently happening? Look at, just take a look at a learning center, and our politicians, they see all these things. They are blind, and you will see them if they are able to build two block of classroom tomorrow. The same oppressed citizen will be clapping for them. Are they not seeing these things? Look at how everywhere is organized. There is no how you will learn from this kind of environment now that you will not take something home. The feeding here alone, sir, you will see the way they will be feeding, pampering the students. They will make sure they are okay. But in Nigeria, hostility. You go see children of 7 years, 8 years, they will begin the clear feed. They go tell them, make them bring cutlass, make them come the clear feed. And those are the responsibility of the government. Why can't the government provide more for this secondary and primary school? In 21st century, we still see students taking cutlass and hoe, machetes and hoe to school to go and clear grass. These things doesn't happen in Western world. And we are still behaving like we are in stone age. So everything in this country is just upside down. And we cannot no longer continue like this. Look at a learning facility. Look at a learning environment. There is no how you are a student will not have the conducive spirit in learning
Class like this.
something from this kind of gathering.
This class like this,
Yes.
now four teachers now in they teach them. Four.
Imagine, but you will see in a classroom in Nigeria, 200 and something students, 100 and something students, one teacher, then go they even they teach them without sound system. Now so the teacher go shout, so the throat go burst. You understand? This classroom that you are seeing here now, there is what we call automatic sound system. When the teacher is teaching, they don't need to shout from their voices. Everything is connected. You understand? But in Nigeria, it will look as if all these things are as rocket science, that you have to pray first. They say now fasting and prayer, and then go bring those things. I want to know how it want to happen. May we continue to pray. May we just dey pray. Fasting and prayer no go fix our problem. The problem, imagine how we fasting and prayer now give you this kind of thing. But in Nigeria here now, the GOs go tell you, say, fast and pray, don't worry. Your children will pass automatic AA1. Without this kind of learning environment, they are saying automatic A1. How? The A1 one for come from heaven. So you will see that even the religious body, they have been deceived inside. So everybody just begin dey do wetin e like, thinking say na the right thing. How we wan take comot for this chaos? That is why we as a people, we must come together. We have to plan our way out from this chaos. We have to plan our way out, just like the slaves in the plantation farm. When the ones in the field, when they will be planning on how they will be planning on their escape route, the ones at home will be the one that will go and tell the slave master that those my fellow slave wey dey farm center, when dem dey farm center, they are planning their escape route o. And even those ones that are reporting the ones in the field to the slave master, they are still slaves o. You understand? So that is where we are today in our society. Instead of us to come together to take a proactive measure, to take an active action, we have to take a proactive measure and action in fighting our way out from this chaos. Who caused this chaos? Not be me and you cause this chaos. Now those misrulers in power, they are the one who caused this chaos. And now the fact that the GOs around us are saying that we should pray for our leaders, the same leaders that caused the chaos, that we should pray for them. We should pray for them, and we should pray that we fight our way out from this rubbish. How we pray fix our nations? How we pray fix the current chaotic situation we are currently experiencing in this country? See them now, the misrulers, now them put us for this wahala where we did today. But the fact that the GOs we have in Nigeria will still be saying that we should pray for these irresponsible elders that don't even have respect for we the citizens. Look at all of them. They all sit and dine together, wine and dine together. At the end of the day, they will still be the one that will bring chaos to us. Look at them. They don't feel what we are feeling. So, like seriously,
Exactly.
we don't have to.
They do not feel what we feel. And of course, I would like to play a sound bite that I would love you to react to the wastage of resources in this country. It is incredible, the level of wastage. And there's this video that was produced by one of our comrades that I think it's important to this discourse, Comrade Nathaniel. And of course, yeah, it's important that we highlight that video. And in terms of, because if you look at it very well, before I even bring that up, if you take a look at the Nigerian educational system, you'll not be wondering that have they not been spending money? Have they not been pumping money? You're welcome, Comrade OIA. Have they not been pumping money into our educational system over the years? What have they done with the money? All right. Let's take a listen to this sound bite by Comrade Nathaniel. I think it's very important that we to this discussion.
So Tinubu gets 7 billion solar work in 2026 budget, despite the 10 billion from 2020 budget. Just what? So in the space of a year, they are now budgeting to spend 17 billion naira on solar energy in the Aso Villa alone, while Nigeria is plunged into epileptic power supply. But wait, I don't get it. And China Central, College, and all these major media outlets, why is it not trending at the moment? Why is it not on the news? Tinubu's government wants to use 7 billion this year to upgrade the solar mini grid that was cost at 10 billion naira and was just installed last year in 2025. I have never seen this level of corruption and mismanagement and misappropriation of public funds in my life. And you want to tax Nigerians 25% of their hard-earned income. That's a total waste of resources. Let's ask Gemini AI, what can 17 billion do if invested into a gas modular turbine in Abuja for the residents? This will build a primary power source that can output 20 to 50 megawatts. This will provide 24/7 uninterrupted power supply to approximately 6,000 standard Abuja homes, approximately over 2,000 small businesses, salons, clinics, cafes, you name them, could permanently retire operators. The best part is, with the current Band A tariff, can pay for its initial investment of 17 billion naira through electricity bill, making it a self-sustaining project within 3 years, 6 months. Dear Nigerian investors, the actual peak demand for Abuja's residential sector is estimated at 80 to 1,000 megawatts for 24/7 uninterrupted power supply. At a unit cost of 1.2 billion naira per megawatt, it will approximately cost 12 trillion naira to generate 1,000 megawatts to provide uninterrupted power supply. This means that just 100 investors that invest 12 billion naira will put this project up, and guess what? Investors can recover their investment capital in less than 3 years, at most 3 years, 6 months, with the current Band A tariff, creating about 4,500 jobs during the construction phase. This includes civil engineers, welder, heavy equipment operators, and laborers, and about 1,200 permanent jobs after the completion, including electrical engineers, turbine technician, control room operators, and IT specialists. It doesn't just end here. Private security for the facility, logistic and trucking, gas pipeline maintenance team, administrative staff for billing and customer service, cleaning, you name them. Do you know where the real impact happens? When 1 million houses and thousands of SME gets 24/7 power supply. Businesses that are previously struggling and close at night can now expand, work longer hours, and hire more staff. There will be an estimated 250,000 to 300,000 jobs across Abuja. So dear billionaire and big boys and big girls, how about we come together and be the men that build Nigeria? And to my fellow citizens, just so you know, if we still have these wicked leaders like the current ones, no matter the investment, no one will survive. So it's in wicked 7 billion solar work in 2026, but it's despite 10 billion.
All right, I hope you got the message. And let me just summarize once again. I think I did the summary before. Last year, 10 billion naira was budgeted. I'm just trying to do the summary again for the sake of those who don't get the gist. 10 billion naira, 10 billion was budgeted for the sake of making sure that Aso Villa stays off grid. That is, they want to stay out of power, as in NEPA. They don't want any form of dependence on the national grid any longer. So they budgeted 10 billion naira for solar energy installation. Well, fast forward to 2026, they are telling us in the current budget that they want to dedicate 7 billion naira, all right, for upgrading that previous 10 billion for that same project. So making it 17 billion naira, where they don't budget for solar energy for Aso Villa alone, just Aso Villa alone, for the sake of our president to be able to stay off grid. Not to even mention that they also budgeted millions, in several millions, for fueling the generators in the Aso Villa. So you now begin to wonder the level of impunity, the level of corruption in this system. All right. And our dear brother here, Comrade Nathaniel, was now saying that you can imagine what that money can do in terms of providing power supply for thousands of homes. And he's even now saying that, well, imagine all our so-called billionaires come together and invest in capital projects like this. All right, they form a unit and invest in it. And that would even make them provide job for thousands of people in civil engineering, in terms of maintenance, truckers, security operatives. It's a very big ecosystem that will benefit from this. But our billionaires are more interested in doing Dorime in club than to basically invest in stuff like. And our government also, they are very much interested in looting the money, because if they solve the problem, there's no means where they are going to loot the money from. The reason why they have not built that road in your community is because they use them cash out. If that road is built, they will not have any reason to even cash out from the project again. And they have had several several of such roads that on paper they have collected the money and they are rebudgeting, not just roads, in some cases street lights, in some cases CCTV cameras, in some cases educational equipment. They are budgeting a lot of money again and again, and of course they are looting this money. It is the reason why our school still look like this, right? You now begin to wonder that have they not been budgeting money before this? Why will you be using chalkboard in 2026? This is Dambelo pointing our attention to a school in Kano State. They are still using chalkboard, and technically some of these things they have already budgeted for them to go away from chalkboard using marker board or even smart board, but there's nothing to show for it. So they are milking from the suffering of the students. They are milking from the suffering of the pupils. They are milking from the suffering of the people by rebudgeting and upgrading the budgeting and padding the budgeting. We have heard so many English in this APC era, from budget padding to supplementary budget to many other funny English or grammar for them to use for, covering up their impunity. So what is the solution to the problem? All right. And of course, I would leave Comrade Godwin. Of course, you have said it before, that it's time for Nigerian people to take their destinies on their hands and remove. And we pity many of our brothers and sisters that are still looking for, they are still very much fixated with a, they are still very much fixated with a corrupt opposition. I'm sorry, my house ID and my son don't scatter my lighting. So, and please pardon the noise on the background. So yeah, so what do you say as I mute my mic now? What would be your recommendation, Comrade Godwin?
Yes, my recommendation right now is that we Nigerians, all of us, we just have to get up. You see all these elders, all these misrulers, we have to drive all of them out. We don't need them anymore, because if we don't kick these guys out, it will keep on getting worse and worse and worse. We just have to tell them they should fuck off. They should all get lost, because they don't care about us. They don't care about us at all. And just see, not only school, anything that has to do with the supervision of the government, that have to deal with the government, is always shambolic and chaotic. There is no maintenance culture at all. The only few things that is even working in this country are owned privately.
See these useless people. They are putting poster on a classroom
that they did not. The classroom they refused to fix. You see?
Thank you very much. The very same classroom that they refuse to fix.
These people, they see us finish. Seriously, they don't see Nigerians finish. And so many Nigerians don't say they're not even seeing. They are not seeing into this route that they have been molested to the last to -0. These guys don't even have any fucking respect for the citizens. You understand? They don't even have any fucking respect for the citizens. Because why? Whatever they do, they always get away with it. Imagine how only one person will steal more than 80 something billion naira. And you see they walk free for Kogi today, say na him be the white lion. Imagine. Now what Africa China first talk, be the say poor man will steal Maggie. Now in name, they go see for crime fighter. But rich man will steal billions. They not go see in name for crime fighters. And this is what is currently happening to what is currently happening in our eyes today. Look at Ganduje. He was spotted on the live camera, hiding dollars. Till today, that same person become APC chairman. He resigned peacefully and he's working freely today. How many will I have to count? How many? And Nigerians still see that some Nigerians still respect these people. That is the most painful aspect. I'm still thinking. They still give these people reference. They still reverence these guys. They still respect these misrulers. People wey be say we suppose don begin dey carry cane, carry
The great coalition. The great coalition.
the great coalition. You understand? Today now, some people don't even know where they dey again. Whether na Labour Party dem dey o, whether na ADC dem dey, they don't even know. Like Peter Obi na the most confused politician in Nigeria. They carry people, they carry Nigerians head, they join. He just dey play emotional blackmail. He think they waiting happen for 2023 go happen again 2027. Nigerians don't stay wise. You understand? So the proactive measure here is that Nigerians, we must come outside collectively, drive all these politicians out. We don't need them again because they have so dehumanized us to the last. They have pushed us to the wall. Yes. We have to meet on the barricades. All Nigerians by this time, we suppose don't dey barricades. Not having this Stockholm syndrome for our oppressors, our dehumanizers, people who have rendered our life useless. The life of a common man in Nigeria today now means nothing to these politicians, and it means nothing in Nigeria. The life of a cattle is more better, is more valuable than a life of a Nigerian, of a human being in Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Comrade Godwin. That's just it. That is the, you see, unless we want to deceive ourselves, we are left with two choices. For us to continue with these crooked politicians who have done nothing but to produce this kind of educational system that produces half-baked education for our people, for our students, and it breaks my heart every single time. We shouldn't be in this. There are some countries that, well, inevitably, they have to be in this situation, but there's no reason why Nigeria have no business in this kind of situation. We have no business having our educational system look like this, both private or public. We have no business with poverty. We have no business with poverty in Nigeria. Considering the number of how blessed that we are in this country, we are so blessed. We are so blessed. And how long do we want to keep complaining upon complaining upon complaining? We have been providing solutions, all right? And what is indeed the solution? To fix the problem. And of course, I want us to tune in to one of these. Their agenda spaces are still going on. Number one of the agenda space, PO is in the air in ADC. Remove PO from ADC, they will die in natural death. That is the topic of one of a particular space going on right now. Another one is talking about ADC unity space. Caution on gagging genuine Obi and Atiku followers. That's another space going on. And of course, another one says, what is going on in Minnesota? Okay, this one, diaspora people, in they organize this one. All right, so many spaces are going on, and we are going to tune in, all right? As our usual tradition, we tune in and we go hear waiting Nigerians, because many Nigerians don't believe when we say that some of our people have this kind of mentality. mentality of remaining, because we have provided solution. And what is the solution? To abandon this current crop of criminal politicians. It's as simple as that. But we have Nigerians we no go agree. They are for their mind, we still have to remain loyal to the establishment politician. For their mind, that the establishment politicians are the salvation that we need. The very same politicians that rendered us useless like this, according to them, now them we still need to break free. And we are going to listen to them today and rebuke whatever it is that they are saying in real time. Let's take a listen to this particular space going on, and I go dey pause them, intermittently. I go pause them, so that we will comment on it in real time. So whenever we go to some of these their spaces, they will not allow us to speak. But as they have refused to allow us to speak, we have basically started our own platform. And from that platform, we are going to reach out to Nigerians. And of course, as it is now, we are reaching out to 131 Nigerians tuned in live across all major platforms. We are streaming across about 5 different platforms, and we have over 131 souls tuned into this live broadcast. So let's take a listen to what our people are saying.
You go tell him that Archangel Kingsman said he always think from his anus. The same man that said Peter Obi cannot do muntimu in LP to fight Abure.
Yes.
The same him that left LP because he said Obi cannot fight Abure. We were expecting him to fight him. But he went to go and join this 80 years old man who cannot even fight Wike out from PDP. He ran away. Please tell me, what is the brain in it? What is the logic in that guy? If not that guy has sensed something, authorization that so many of your idiots, your cronies are doing right now, SP. Demonizing a man whose antecedent is a clear evidence for the poor and the suffering masses to run around him to support him. But here you come, foolishly, idiotically, with your brain, and that guy called Amadi, Greg Amadi, that idiot that will use vocabulary, confuse himself. At the end of the day, he did not pass any concrete information. That will just be running mouth. When you get passive Kingsman has called, all of you run like idiots. And the other PDP guy, I put you to go and tell him again that Archangel Kingsman is sending you what a baby picking when you get brain. You only thought no brain inside. Because if you get brain, when you see somebody we don't do work, you know go they go around, they talk, say, I want article because if Obi, they got.
Yeah. This person have mentioned person we don't do work. We now begin to ask, what work is he talking about? Is referring to Mr. Peter Obio. And of course, we'll now begin to see in terms of education, because education is our focus today. What is the fact saying about Mr. Peter Obi? Aside just renovation, all right? What do you have to say as far as that is concerned, Comrade Godwin? Shey Obi really performed in terms of education in Nigeria, all right? In terms of education in Anambra State, all right? And of course, many people will also ask, if giving out donations the way to go in terms of providing quality education for students, what would you have to say while I pull out some data, raw data, that talks about the so-called performance of Mr. Peter Obi? Because this speaker don't talk about, say, they are attacking Obi because they cannot, they are intimidated of his performance. So in your what you have perceived so far so good, being a public observer and a public commentator, do you think, based on facts, that Mr. Peter Obi is actually outperform his fellow politician? Do you believe that? Is that true?
How will I believe that? Because these guys, these same Peter Obi we are talking about. So because if you really want to see it, they will be telling you Peter Obi do work, Peter Obi do work. Not be the same Anambra state wey me know. Abi another Anambra state dey this Nigeria. Abi is there any another Anambra state that is located in another place that we don't know? So I don't really know how these guys measure antecedents or how they measure the rate at which a politician has worked. Because if you look at the current situation of Anambra now, and even look it as before, you will see that there is no change. It's even worse. And they are saying Peter Obi work, Peter Obi work. But look at that state today. Insecurity is ravaging everywhere. Abi no be that state, that boy that was hustling for his own, that is trying to make ends meet, fish magnet. Is it not the same Anambra state that he was killed and murdered? Till today, did we still hear anything about that boy again? So what exactly are they trying to paint Anambra state with? That Peter Obi work. So I really want this set of Nigerians that are supporting this man, that Peter Obi work. Which work? Is there any another Anambra state which I don't know? I've went to Anambra state. I've visited there. I've stayed there. So there's not someone want to tell me about Anambra state which I don't know, even though I don't live there. Anambra state is not a state I don't know. Wherever the place I am located in Nigeria today, even if I'm driving all the way down from Abuja or Minna, I know exactly where Anambra is located. I will not have to have question before I step into Anambra. So where exactly, where is the Anambra located that Peter Obi governed for 8 years? That people are saying that he work. Which work? Which work? That even Anambra people today cannot even boast of tap water in their kitchen. Not be the one way they boil, the one way they run for your kitchen. That government water board, the one way they go connect, come your kitchen, not be borehole everywhere. You use borehole liter. No, that's not what we are saying. That you cannot drink your tap water from your kitchen. The people, the Europeans, the Westerners, their tap water is what they drink from. You don't see them buying bottled waters all around. They drink from their tap water. So how many states today can boast of drinking from the same tap water that have been, in fact, even the same politicians, they did not even fix pipe bomb water to each homes. They have all failed in that one. I'm just talking about water. I don't even want to go to education or health sector, or the roads, or the security system, or the electrical system, or the electricity sector. So which one are they even talking about? Now they will say that these people have worked. They want to measure the past antecedent. Is it because now what me I'm saying as antecedents in Nigeria is that the way and manner that you have ruined your state, that you have looted, that is what they have as an antecedent. Because these guys, seriously, they only went there to enrich themselves. They did not leave a legacy that will continue for the state, for the people. They only went there to enrich themselves. So, what is Anambra's citizens today, 2026, still benefiting from what Peter Obi did when he was still the governor today? If you want to check this thing, you will see that these people that I'm talking about, they are not. There is nothing that they are benefiting from. This same man who said that he has worked, that he don't work. You will hear people saying that the man don't work. Which work? As in, how is the life of Anambarians different from what they have been experiencing in the past today? How has the life of Anambarians changed because of a politician came in and their life has changed from
Yes,
worst to I really want
my
to
brother.
know how has their life
Okay,
changed.
let us take a look at this particular video. Take a look at this. This is a primary school in Anambra State, visited by Charles Soludo, the current governor. By the current look of the optics that you are looking at, look at how jam-packed this. See, look at them. As jam-packed, unorganized. If you look at the appearance of the students, they want to paint a scenario. Look at how everybody is trying to worship him. Everybody is trying to greet him. And you now begin to see if perhaps this reflects any touch of what constitutes a standard primary school. For instance, we have what should constitute a standard primary school, right? And we'll play it for everybody. If you look at the arrangement of classrooms, look at this arrangement. This is how a primary school should look like. All right? Look at the spacing. Look at how everybody sat down without any form of overcrowding. Everybody was comfortable. All the students, they are comfortably seated. The environment, compare it with the fact that the environment of classroom or perhaps primary school still looks like this, all right, in a recent video tells a lot what Peter Obi did in his time. And there's a reason why they choose not to shoot this video inside classrooms. They decide to move those children outside. Who does this?
No, now
How do you say you want to?
sorry to cut you short. If
Yeah.
they shoot this video in classroom, it go spoil their work now. Classroom where ceiling not the way roof not the way board not the. So the classroom that are empty that without no chairs. So which classroom do you that there is no windows, there are no doors? So which classroom do you want them to use? This is the best venue for them to use. So that is just it. It's not we are not lying here. It is facts. Walk into any government.
This is overcrowding. If you look at how jam-packed this today, it shows already that the existing infrastructure have been overstretched because look at some of them are even lapping one another. Some of them are lapping one another. There's that much. They have so much that they are not even look at it. And this is the system that have been handed over from governor to governor, and of course Governor Soludo, who calls himself a professor anyway, and of course is well exposed. He has gone far and wide. He has traveled the world, but yet they still feel that they can stand in front of children and give them lofty promises. And of course, the reason why I want to play this video is because, for instance, look at the environment of that school. If Mr. Peter Obi had done something quite solid, you will not be having students working on just bare floor. This is just bare floor. This is the same ground that the ancient ancestors were working on, all right, before they built that school on that place. There's no form of pavement, no pavement whatsoever. It's all muddy. You can imagine if it were raining or if it rained before this very visit, how would this ground look like? So it shows a systemic infrastructure. And of course, not just that, we are not even we are obsessed about the physical. We are talking about how the students were even seated, how jam-packed that they are, how unorganized it is. And this is actually the standard arrangement for them to actually face a governor. You can imagine how it would be if they were having an assembly, normal assembly. So which points to one thing. It points to one thing that, of course, Mr. Peter Obi has not done a good job. And previous governors have also messed things up. All right. And it is all just performative. Look at how he's basically standing in front of children and giving them promises and they are basically shouting on top of their voices. This is purely performative, and this same performative, how many years from now shall Soludo will be playing this kind of video as a sign of acceptance? Because look at how the children, how they actually jumped up on their feet when they hear that announcement. That maybe he probably announced that there will now be there will be free I think according to the caption, said Anambra educational. Let me read the caption. Just Anambra's educational revolution. Governor Soludo unveils free educational program empowering students nursery to GSS 3 in public secondary school. So that means before now, education has not been free. And that even validates what people have been saying, that under Mr. Peter Obi, education has never been free. For him to have declared now that they want to now start making it free, such that it necessitated jubilation. Look at the jubilation. All right? Students were jubilating as if it is actually Mr. Soludo. I will not call him a professor. As if he was the one that removed the money from his pockets to pay their school fees. As if it's a privilege. It is not a privilege that he's doing all of these things. He's not doing these children any favor. But they want to paint. This according to very small minds, like the one that we were listening to on that space. They believe this is what it means to perform. And when Mr. Peter Obi said that, yeah, they distributed generators to all the secondary schools, all right, so that they can power their classroom, all right, so that that is an achievement as far as they are concerned. It could not facilitate, constant electricity that is provided by the government. All he could facilitate is generators, and he said he gave class captains, of each classes his phone number that they can call him at any point in time. Is that really performance? Is that really how governance works all over the world? Maybe perhaps we don't know anything, but I don't think so. That is why we want our listeners or perhaps audience to be the referee here. Feel free to use the comment section. If you are tuned to us live, you enjoy this content. We are over 130 now. Use the comment section and interact with us so that we'll get this thing going. All right, let's keep listening to what our brother has. Or do you have anything to say, Comrade?
Just like the same thing this man came here to say, that what if PO gets the ticket? How will now Atiku work for PO? Or how will this one came to say that, how will these people now work for PO? But to them, they know that PO is not getting any ticket. They don't even want PO to get the ticket. So why do you guys keep on saying this rubbish every time?
Let me tell you what they are trying to do. They want to gag you, silence you, put you in a corner.
I know that's what Bola is saying.
Then they can write on you all in the name of we are looking for support and vote.
See, when that man speak, when that man speak anything about PO, what? Just look at the man. If the man is speaking on television, just look at the man. The way he speak about PO. You understand me? That man is a kind of big issue in that AGC. They know exactly what they're doing. That's the one I don't even spend it. If Bolaji of a man, if you are here, you are not sincere. Everything about you gives a negative energy. You should understand me. You are going to see the.
This is their meeting, basically. The meetings of the coalition or chains. This is their meeting. And of course, whenever you want to even get into their midst to engage, this is a family meeting. They will tell you straight up that what are you doing on their space? You are coming to come and sell what they don't want to listen to. And what are you even selling? You are selling the truth to them. the truth, such as their obsession for mediocre, parasitic politicians. You have not done anything serious. What you have just done is that you pointed their attention to their obsession for mediocrity. They will find it very offensive that you actually call them out for that. And they will say, why are you even here? This is supposed to be their meeting. And that is why we listen in and we give our comments. And by and large, we have shown beyond every reasonable doubt that, well, something is wrong somewhere with our political class. If Soludo can stay in front of students to make announcements of free education, and students are jubilating like this, it means they have been paying before. And if they have been paying before, it means previous administration has been paying. They have been paying under previous administration. And of course, if Mr. Peter Obi could not run a government where education is seen as a right that cannot be commodified or perhaps turned to means of profit, do you think there will be any miracle that he would do at national level if he's given the chance to lead? That is a question that I think I demand answer from. If you can answer me, no problem. If you don't want to answer me, that's no problem. So let's keep listening.
You guys would have gone far with your aims, with your plans. This is not you guys' initial plans. The point was to lure us in, use obedience to work, push up your principal for his own goal, right? And you wanted to silence us, take our voice, not make us talk, telling us we should not be saying Obi or nothing. You want to gag us, push us to a corner, and asset your plans on time. If not that we have spoken, you guys would have even perfected your plans on time, but you knew that there is fire on the mountain. And now tell me, anytime you want to speak, you will now come in a very, very, very manipulative and deceptive manner, telling us that what if PO gets the ticket? Remember, you still need the support to, you still just in a way to silence.
Well, here is my question once again. If you endorse Mr. Peter Obi's joining ADC, and the whole idea of joining ADC is to have a conglomerate of alliance, or perhaps conglomerate, or try to contribute followers or influence together, contribute resources together to form a coalition. Why should it be him or nothing? How about others also saying Atiku or nothing, or El Rufai or nothing, or Amechi or nothing, and every other politician all across? So this whole thing around, it still boils around obsession. End of story. Obsession. And of course, we'll have to leave this space, as they have been talking about Peter Obi or nothing, and it does not really make any logical sense as far as I'm concerned. Let's take a look at, let's tune into a particular forum where, taxes is being discussed. And it's very, very important to this discussion, because you now begin to wonder where our taxes have been going to. People have been paying tax in Nigeria. They are indeed taxpayers in Nigeria, proud to even this their new tax regime. People have been paying taxes. And of course, country have been selling oil and allocations are being made. So if that is the case, how come our educational system is still rotten, despite the taxpayers' money and all of the resources and allocations allocated to the state governments? Let's take a listen.
Yeah, if I do not have the document in front of me, from what they said, whether it was before or after a crime has been committed, right? So I do not want to believe that if it's not that important, they would have come out to say it was altered. So whether it was before he signed it or after he signed it, from what they're saying, somebody have altered something, a crime has been committed. So the question Nigerians need answer for is, who altered that bill? Who altered it? Right? I think that's the question we're asking. Am I?
I don't know why we should be asking who authored a document. You are asking who authored it when you know you knew who drafted the law, and you know the exact those that signed that law. So why should you ask who authored it? Or perhaps you are afraid to call them out. The Nigerian politicians authored it in collaboration with the president. It is not me, neither is it ordinary citizens that are not in the chambers that authored it. So why should we be asking that kind of question? Is coming from a very myopic mind, from a very conquered, fearful mind. Some of us are not afraid. We are going to call out this criminality. If you have made a law and you alter it, and of course, even before it is altered, whether you alter it or not, is it going to be in the favor of the people? Has any of the government intervention been in the favor of the people? As any of even the one that they refuse to, even the one that is not altered, is it actually in your favor? Or perhaps are they going to use the proceeds of that revenue generation avenue? That is because tax paying is a means of generating revenue to actually solve national problems such as education. And with the recent discovery that we have made, of course, the expose in the 5-hour long expose of the rotten system of education in Nigeria, it has shown that taxpayers' money are being looted. Taxpayers' money are being looted. By who? By politicians. So why do we want to keep asking that foolish question? That who authored? That is why. And when we talk about the fact that we are offering a far more superior content, because we hit the nail on the head. But these other places, they wiggle around the issue, they dance around the issue without any form of, they are afraid. They are very afraid. Thank you so much, Sir Chris. Sir Chris is saying something that is of our interest. He's saying, and they call our attention to the matter. This is a proof that revolution is now caused. These people have shown us how uneducated we are thinking. We are educated. Did you know the government is not stronger than the people who needs change for good? Well, that is a quite tricky message, but I got the gist. And the gist is around, revolution. How it is important that we carry out a revolution now. Revolution now. And what does revolution mean? The turnaround, and absolute turnaround, a hard reset. You are pressing a very hard reset button. That reset button is supposed to do one thing and one thing only, to bring about a new system of things. That is what that new reset button is all about. You are basically bringing about a new system of things, a brand new system of things that hopes to solve an existing entrenched problem. How would you have a school like this, for crying out loud, in the modern era, in 2026? You have schools like this, schools that are still using chalkboard. Let's take it one after the other. This is supposed to be a staff room of teachers. Let's take it one step at the other. Schools that are still using chalkboard, and people are paying taxes. Corporations are paying taxes to the government. Governors are collecting allocations. But governments are drafting budgets. And some of the budget goes into education in billions of naira. And in this day and era, in 2026, according to the footage getting to us, we still have classes that are using chalkboard. Classes that are using chalkboard. When all over the world, they have migrated from chalkboard to marker board to smart boards. All right, audio visuals. All right, you now begin to wonder what have they been doing with the money? All of the money that is budgeted to education, all of the taxes revenue that have been collected. What are they doing with the money? We know what they are doing with it. They are embezzling it. They are stealing it. We know what they are doing with the money. Unlike some pseudo intellectuals, you know, that is why, yeah, we are also matching their energy. All right, we are already 134 here. On that space, there are about 273 dishing out nonsense and distraction, and of course, not hitting the nail on the head. We would hit the nail on the head, yeah. All right, we know what they are doing with the money. They are embezzling it. All right, money that should have gone into buying marker boards, it has gone into somebody's pockets. Look at the staff room. A staff room that looks like where you keep livestock. Look at the toilets. This is a toilet of human beings. This should not be the toilet of even animals. This is not sanitary. And of course, look at the ambience of the school. The fact that children still sit on the floor, on the bare floor, ladies and gentlemen, that students still sit on the bare floor in 2026. All right, despite the taxpayers' revenue collection and also allocations, budgets, they even collect loans to fix some of these deficits, to provide furniture for kids, to increase the learning capacity of kids. Despite that, the money that should have been used to provide sitting arrangements that look something like this, all right, because we would bring all of these things and compare and contrast so that you will know exactly what we are talking about. This is how a classroom should look like. Monies that was supposed to create classroom of this kind of setting has gone into somebody's pocket, has gone into the pockets of our wicked so-called politicians. And some of these politicians gallivant around and call themselves the big name in the political scene in Nigeria. We don't rate them, and we disregard and disrespect those that still consider these people as opposition in Nigeria. This is all you can see, posting of political banner, campaign banner, posting of political campaign posters on classroom that should be for learning. So instead of children to see, instead of them to see audio visuals that would increase their learning capacity, what these children are seeing are campaign posters, all right, posted on their classroom. This is Kano State. This is a primary school in Kano. A primary school in Kano. You have a primary school that has, instead of audiovisual learning posters that would reinforce whatever that is being taught to them in classroom, you have campaign posters posted on the classroom walls that they refuse to fix up. Look at it. This is a school. Does animals even deserve to be staying in schools like this, or even calling this their learning environment? Even if it's to train animals, because there are such facilities around the world that trains animals. All right, are animals supposed to be trained in facilities like this? No is the answer. You can see classrooms empty without any form of furniture. And of course, monies that was supposed to go into providing furniture goes into private pockets. Goes into private pockets. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. And of course, let's keep going. All right, there's more. We know exactly where the money is going to. All right, look at the classroom. Look at environment. Look at the environment. If you look at that background, there's one of the building that does not even have any form of covering at all. The roof members are gone. The roof members of a classroom gone. All right. Let's keep on. There's more for us to look at. So, and many more like that points to one thing and one thing only. The Nigerian educational system is rotten and destroyed. And it will take a conscious population, a conscious people to revive it. What are we not talking about? The conscious people that should revive a rigged system. They are having arguments on whose favorite politician, establishment politician is better. All right. So that is what it is. Let's keep listening.
ADC on board. We must understand, no matter how trifling and infinitesimal you may think or presume the numbers are, there are people who are just pro ADC. They are neither of the divides. For them, whoever ADC throws up, they are good for it. So let's not more do this. Let's not confuse the entire conversation to make it seem like the only device prominent and existent, probably because of the noise and rancorous, upheavals they are fond of putting out. They are just the articles and the obese. There are a silent majority of persons who are only enthusiastic about an ADC's flagship. Any other thing doesn't bug them. They are not irritated about any other thing.
We have seen this before, haven't we? Of course, some of us who are paying close attention enough, we have seen stuff like this. This was the same obsession that they suddenly had for the Labour Party at some point in time. There's this huge obsession for the Labour Party. Where is the Labour Party today? They have gone left. Their obsession carried them alongside with their favorite oppressor politicians into LP. They are done with the theatrics in LP. Now ADC is their current destination. And of course, the same politicians that are responsible for having this kind of classroom situation over time. Look at it. Look at this, the environment. And you tell me about management and a culture, building a culture and social engineering around cleanliness. And of course, it tells a lot that there are no cleaning staff in this school. In every school, there is a very big ecosystem. The school, the four walls, or perhaps the environment of education is not just filled with teachers. There are cleaners that are supposed to be in charge of cleaning the environment. All right? There are maintainers, those that will maintain all of the plumbing, the electrical works, the general building maintenance, every other things like that. But it has broken down completely. And these maintainers and cleaners are supposed to be paid by the government, properly paid. But when you have a system that is not even paying the teachers well, the teachers that should be the major staff in a school environment, how would they play clean as well? And of course, you have an environment that looks like this. This is a teaching environment. Look at the classroom. This is how a classroom looks like. This is how a classroom looks like. This is bringing reality to you. All right. And you now be wondering if indeed these very same politicians that have governed states like this in the past, they are former governors in this so-called ADC coalition, under whose administration they have done performative. All they have to show for as their legacy are pictures when they first built classroom like this, when the furniture was still intact. They built schools and furniture and everything. They took picture and that was it. There was no system to ensure that teachers are properly paid. There was no system to ensure that the classrooms are properly maintained and updated to up-to-date, state-of-the-art facilities. These are the issues. But you have the same politicians that has failed to provide systems come and present themselves as opposition, major opposition. And some of our people obviously are still very much obsessed with them.
Atiku and Obi together with Obi being the VP. I think we should respect that and just leave it alone.
No, but he didn't say
maybe
that.
look for a way to.
What
Yeah,
he's
I think
saying,
we should look
Avril,
for- okay,
Avril,
let me read.
what he's saying is that these people need to work together. He's not saying whether one will be president or VP. So let him just land his point. He has not, talked down or abused any of the leaders in the coalition. So I think he's on the right track. The law. Carry on, sir.
Yes, Avery, I get you. I get your point perfectly. I mean, what Avery is saying, however altruistic you may want to construe it, is actually true. Just so, I mean, she's trying to be protectionist because there are people who are running with the narrative that at no point should they put their holier than thou candidates with an article who they are deemed to be criminally minded. So you must understand that there is a sensibility that exists. And some of these persons are here who will tell you an article must not be in the same ticket with an Obi.
I love this space, man.
And there are people who will tell you, and there's some people who will tell you that there is in the articles camp that an Obi must not be the vice presidential candidate. So it has been for me a should I say an adrift from the core essentials, like I said. We are losing out on what we should be dissipating energies on and channeling arsenals to. Get your victory around.
But you're
bickering here and there.
At least we don't come here to late. I mean, I'm
sorry,
guys.
Your turn will come.
Please, let this time. We are not. You can't be using 1 hour for one person now. Please, budget.
Allow them to talk. I'm 10 minutes. And
as it turns out, everybody knows exactly what they are doing in Nigeria, and the very same politicians that have delivered classrooms like this over time are these very same people that constitute themselves in ADC. They have concentrated in everywhere right now. All right, they are everywhere. They are the so-called coalition, so-called major opposition players. Whether or not we are going to stick with this or press the hard reset button of removing these current crops of criminals from power, now one we go choose. And of course, to the 140 that have joined us, please remember to subscribe on our YouTube channel. We are streaming on YouTube. Remember to like, share, comment, and of course, thank you so much, Sir Chris, for your comment. I see your comment loud and clear, and I've read it. Thank you so much for everybody that have commented. Thank you, Egungun, Big Masquerade, for sharing. Thank you, Africa in the Box, for sharing. Comrade African Wahala, thank you so much for coming. And of course, you have spoken on the live at some point in time. But well, we have to shut things down now. It's weekend. It's Saturday. All right. And it's 11:42 from my side of things. And we have been streaming for 5 hours, 38 minutes. And we have succeeded in this live stream to say those that destroyed our past cannot guarantee our future. There's no way you would expect anything meaningful to come out of this current crop of politicians. It's not realistic for you to say you want to expect anything meaningful from these guys. No, the guys that have provided the barest minimum. Mediocrity is what they have given the people. And of course, many people are still very much obsessed with them. All right. And we have done our homework.
You need your followers. Your followers can't do the numbers for you. Those who are articulating, you can't do the numbers alone. There are critical stakeholders that must be in the picture so that in the end, in the event of the prosecution of the onslaught against the candidacy of Tinubu, you can have field marshals coordinating.
Well, field marshals that would rig election for establishment. Well, our message is for the people that should know better. Are they going to pay attention to the very same politicians that have provided this kind of project, this kind of mediocrity? They cannot maintain a system. They cannot build a system. They cannot scale up a system. They have provided the barest minimum and even nothing. They have embezzled from the people. And of course, they still want people should be loyal to them. I think it's time to go. We have done justice to this topic. And of course, we have highlighted the reality of our people to you. And of course, we have told you the solution. And what is indeed the solution? Our solution is two-faced. It's in two phases. You either politicize our struggle and be a part of a political organization that basically we can, rally around and carry out a political revolution by the ballot. And our recommendation here is African Action Congress. People, power to the everyday people. The People's Coalition. These ones do not want any form of, they don't want to do any form of politics with the establishment rigged parasitic system. They want ordinary Nigerians to come into the party, pick up forms to run, have the kind of ideology and frame of mind to serve their people. And of course, they have blueprints that you can hold them on, that this is what you promised. And of course, it's a social contract. All right. So that is one solution. The other solution is to really hit the streets via the barricade. Revolution via the barricade. Are we prepared as a people to hit the streets, to shut down the economic nervous system of the economy? Shutting it down means that we are going to bring everything to a standstill and ask for one thing and one thing only: the stepping down. Since they have refused to step up, the politicians have refused to step up, we would force them to step down, all right, based on certain criteria that will become our new political hegemony. This current political hegemony has failed and is broken, is rotting. It cannot be consumed any longer. So people must rise and bring an end to this current political hegemony and bring about a new one. All right. People have to reach the street and shut things everywhere down. The airports, everything have to be on standstill. Otherwise, we will keep talking. And of course, some of us, we are very, very much a warrior on the street. We have paid the price. We have called on Nigerians in the past to hit the street. We have also hit the street ourselves. We have stood face to face with AK-47 wielding armed policemen to the teeth. And we told them to their faces that, well, we are here to carry out an historical duty. to bring justice to a system that has brought injustice upon us. So are we prepared? Are the Nigerian people prepared for this? Or perhaps they want to keep surrendering their will and existence to a rotten system? That will be all for today. To the over 143 that have joined us for this live broadcast, I salute you, and we see tomorrow, same time, 6 p.m. West African time. And we'll meet tomorrow again for another fresh edition. For today, we have done justice to the topic, the Nigerian rotten educational system, and we have provided solution. So we leave you in peace for now to enjoy the rest of your day. We'll take a recess and we'll meet again tomorrow. Bye-bye.